person.
Back then, Area 51 meant nothing.
We've now heard a former director of national intelligence who oversaw all American intelligence agencies openly discuss a UFO tracking program housed at Area 51 specifically. We've also seen past directors of the CIA, congressmen and women, and whistleblowers across agencies endorsing the existence of a decades-long, multi-generational UFO crash retrieval and reverse engineering program. But Bob is an anomaly. He's on an island. He's still the only person to have gone public claiming he worked directly on a craft of non-human origin. We've speculated about his story for years. Today we get to talk to him directly.
They really wanted to see if they could affect the flow of time.
Did they have a stated purpose for...
No.
In this interview, we get to ask him our most skeptical questions about his background, his education, his past, how he knows what he knows, and why he hasn't been forced into silence. John Lear was super into UFOs before you got the job. Why do you think it didn't come up in a background check? There are a lot of people out there who say you faked your educational credentials. Did you ever wonder why they didn't view you as a liability? But we also ask our most awe-inspiring questions. We learn new details about where the craft he worked on was actually retrieved. We discuss the beings that may have occupied it, where they come from, and what they want with humanity. We even learn about Bob's current home laboratory experiments. He's still investigating the gravity-altering force he encountered while working on a flying saucer in the 80s. You heard me right. Bob is currently working on exotic UFO science in his personal lab. How did the reactor work?
Through X-rays, we were able to determine that there's a hollow tube.
But this interview gets even crazier than that. I surprised Bob with a scientist at NASA who's doing his own experiments on anti-gravity.
What kind of voltage are you using?
Right now, about 400 volts.
That's unbelievable.
I also had the honor of showing Bob legendary, never-before-seen footage of a UFO at Area 51. People have been trying to get their hands on this specific footage for years.
Yeah, go to the beginning. Oh.
This interview spans multiple days with both Bob and filmmaker Luigi Venditelli, the maker of S4, the Bob Lazar story. Luigi has spent 4 years working closely with Bob to depict exactly what he saw and worked on at S4 in vivid, hyper-realistic detail.
We really paid attention to what Bob said throughout the entire time. So we didn't invent anything.
Without further ado, please welcome this week's American alchemist, the man who helped reverse engineer a UFO, went public, and lived to tell the tale, the original UFO whistleblower, Bob Lazar. We're living through the biggest transformation of the financial system in 100 years, and most people are still using the same platforms their parents used. I started to invest in financial system in 2012 because I genuinely believed that the fiat dollar system was broken, not slightly broken, structurally, fundamentally broken. It's what you might call a long con, or perhaps a Ponzi scheme. I started to believe that a transparent, decentralized alternative wasn't just possible, it was necessary. I've spent 13 years researching it, living it, talking to the most serious minds building it. Kraken is the platform I kept coming back to with my own money. So when we finally decided to bring on our first ever financial sponsor in 4 years of doing this show, we went to them. Because I've used the product and I already believed in what they're building. Every other investing platform is the old system with a better app on top. Kraken is different at a foundational level. We've been operating since 2011. through every market crash. Shout out Mt. Gox. Every industry collapse. Every moment other platforms failed their users. And when everything went catastrophically wrong in this industry, the people responsible for making customers whole didn't go to the biggest names in finance. They came to Kraken. On top of that, they publicly proved, not promise, proved that every dollar you deposit is fully accounted for. Anyone in the world can verify it at any time. No fine print, no blind faith, just proof. You can buy stocks and crypto in one place, earn better rewards than any investment account you've ever had, and send money anywhere in the world without those annoying fees your bank charges you for the exact same thing. Again, I've never taken on a financial platform as a sponsor in 4 years of this show. Having full control over your money shouldn't be about belief. It's the whole point. So go to kraken.com/AA to learn more and get $25 in Bitcoin. Again, that's kraken.com/AA. Owning more of your money isn't just a belief, it's the whole point. One of the main reasons I'm able to go multiple hours on these podcasts while staying mentally sharp is because of this little drink. It's a product I started using years ago, and it's called Ketone IQ. I know the founders, Jeff and Michael, personally, and I was thrilled when they agreed to sponsor the show, because it's one of the few products I trust to give me clean, sustainable energy. I've been taking a little shot of this thing during every long recording, and it lights my brain on fire. As you can see, Bob even took a shot during this one. The reason I keep coming back to these products is because I don't really do coffee. Coffee gives me a spike of energy, and then at some point I get jittery and I crash. Ketone IQ is fundamentally different. It gives you clean, steady mental clarity with no crash and no jitters. Here's the science behind why it actually works. When you're running on glucose or sugar, as your brain is most of the time, it's essentially burning dirty fuel. Your brain can be like a Ferrari, but you're feeding 7-octane fuel all the time. Ketones are what your brain actually prefers when it's operating at its best. Normally, you'd have to fast for days in order for your body to switch from glucose to ketones. This little shot of Ketone IQ gives you the ketones directly, so your brain runs the way it's supposed to without any spikes or crashes. It was originally developed through a multi-million-dollar Department of Defense contract for elite cognitive performance under stress. Bob Lazar probably could have used that at S4. So the same technology that's used by soldiers in high-demand environments is now available to anyone in the form of this little drink. So visit ketone.com/alchemy for 30% off your subscription order. Plus, receive a free gift with your second shipment. That's ketone.com/alchemy for a whole 30% off. Or find Ketone IQ at Target stores nationwide and get your first shot free. Bob Lazar, I don't even know what to say. This is a make-a-wish day for me. This is an absolute honor. I'm so grateful for you being here. I have so many questions for you because there are a lot of people who say they've seen things in the sky or they've had ephemeral experiences, sometimes even with beings. There are very few people who have consistently held to the exact same story over the last almost 4 decades now. And it involves working on a craft and essentially reverse engineering or parallel process engineering what is a craft of non-human origin, an exotic craft. And so you are really one of one. And I can't wait to dive in. And I just want to thank, before we start, Luigi Venditelli, who is the amazing creator of this movie that you are in. Physical evidence now exists to prove that there is life elsewhere, and at least one form of that life has been here. I want to start with your childhood, and what was little Bob Lazar like?
I guess he was like a little scientist. I mean, I wasn't into sports at all. Still aren't. Instead of playing with toys, I take apart clocks and things like that my parents had, and put it back together. I was just very inquisitive.
Were you a rule breaker at all?
Yeah, for the most part. I really had a problem with authority,
Uh-huh.
so I really didn't matter if it was my parents or whatever telling me what to do. I said I just don't recognize your authority to tell me that I can't do what I'm doing, and that just seems to be part of my DNA.
Yeah, it seems to be a running theme in your life. So authority felt sort of contrary to you. It's like, why are you in a position to have any power?
Right. You're not even. You really don't even understand what I'm up to, and you're already trying to put the kibosh on it here. So, no, go away and leave me alone.
Yeah. Did you have any interest in bows, anything like that as a kid?
No. I thought that was all silly.
Yeah.
I was always into science and fiction when I was a little kid. I watched, I think, like 5 and 6. I watched the Super Marionation series like Fireball XL5 and Thunderbirds, and they were all like marionette shows, but they're all space, cool, and rockets, and this is all great. That's what. And then later on, Star Trek, science fiction, because it always looked like that it was just a prediction of the future to me. It didn't look like it was, stuff that was never going to come true. It just looked like eventually this stuff's going to happen. And for the most part, science fiction turns into science given enough time.
It becomes science fact.
Yeah.
Were there any inspirations, sci-fi wise, that you felt had like a real impact on you as far as your, what you were interested in as a kid?
Everybody my age, a boomer that's an engineer, doctor, scientist, whatever, they'll always point back to Star Trek and always give that a nod, because that was probably the biggest thing back there in the 60s.
Yeah. And so, where'd you grow up?
Well, I was born in, but most of my growing up, I was cognizant of what I was in Long Island, New York. Yeah.
Interesting. You ended up at Pierce, is that right? Or what was the kind of progression from?
I just moved around.
Okay.
It depends where I was at the time when I went to California and on the East Coast. So
yeah,
it was just location dependent. Like I mentioned the other day, I moved so much.
Yeah.
It was almost like a military family.
Yeah. Was it because your dad had jobs that he was switching around, or what was going on?
I really don't know what it was, but we were just always
interesting,
and always make new friends and whatnot. But I don't know. It was just the way it was. My father always did some weird things and strange things, so I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I think there was some potentially shady stuff going on in the background. So
okay. What did he do professionally, just like surface level?
He had some connection to the mob at some point of food business, wholesale food business, that distributed food to grocery stores, all over the place. But there was, and big connection to race horses. I mean, I remember when I was a little kid of the what they call it, harness racing, where they sit in a little sulky behind the horse, little 2-wheel contraption. I remember those guys, the jockeys, riders, whatever you want to call them. But I remember, playing in the living room and hearing those guys deciding who's going to win the race and things of that sort. So, I mean, I knew that there were some shady things going on.
And whenever you have racehorses and tracks, there's often some
especially back down in the early 70s and stuff. It couldn't be more corrupt.
Absolutely. Interesting. Okay. And so he was involved in that, but maybe there was some other stuff kind of going on in the background.
Yeah, nothing where people are hurt or anything like that. Not mob stuff, but but I mean, just some questionable things that we never talked about.
Yeah.
So I mean, we did move around a lot, but spent most of the time either in. Well, it really depends what year I was somewhere.
And were you into nuclear your science as a kid as well, or just kind of like
no, just science. I mean,
okay.
My friends were. I had a friend whose dad was a chemistry professor, so we'd go and hang out with him and bring home chemicals and but it was from as young as I could possibly be, it was always tinkering around with something science related.
Yeah. So at school, what was that like? You're this rebellious kid. You're into science. Did you hate school?
Yeah, I hate it because it's just interfering with my time. I want to get home and get back to tinkering with my stuff. I don't. You couldn't bore me any more than I was. I didn't want to go to music class. I don't care what they're doing. And everything is social studies. I don't care who won what war. Just let me go home. I've got other things I'd rather learn. But the classes that I was in that matched my interest, I did well with. But everything else was a waste of my time.
What were you tinkering with at home?
Probably at that time, but probably electronics and chemistry.
Okay. And then how'd you get the job at Los Alamos?
At the time, I was working at Fairchild Electronics in Simi Valley, California, and I was just tired and burnt out of that, and just sent a resume to Los Alamos, but really laid heavily on the stuff, not my work history, things that I did aside from work. I took my wife's little Honda, built a jet engine from scratch, and put it in there. And in fact, that was one of the things I, sent in a resume to him. Oh, by the way, this car. And when I moved there, the local paper put that on the front because they thought that was really cool. And it's like most people remember me at that time because I drove it to work in Los Alamos.
Yeah.
In fact, they yelled at me for you can't run the jet coming into the lab because it scares the shit out of everybody.
How fast would the car go?
212.
Jesus.
Yeah. On that car, it's super dangerous. I would never do that.
That's insane.
Today. Yeah, but
so you're putting like a Bugatti engine on a Honda Civic, and you're like,
in a way, yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's silly, but you're stupider when you're in your 20s.
Yeah. Well, what was your top speed?
212.
Yours was 212.
Yeah.
You went to
Elm Rothschild in California.
You're insane.
Maybe, but that's how fast the car went.
But the Honda is set up for the jet engine that you put on.
Yeah,
It was after I put it in there.
Oh, so you helped with the suspension and that stuff. You improved. Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive, man.
How are you?
Well, while working at Los Alamos National Lab in 1982, the local newspaper did a front page story on a jet bomb. Coincidentally, I was giving a speech at Los Alamos that same day.
Wait, Jayski's taking another break. Why?
So Edward
He
Teller
said
for the
just take
audience
his job.
was the
He
great
said he'll test
hydrogen
him
bomb.
now and then, but he'd be busy a lot.
All right, Miss Aquarius, it's just us then.
Yeah, I know something right. But hey, if he said he gotta get out there because of his job, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. But that just don't seem right. He said he was that. Did he say that today?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, something don't seem right. But hey,
It is what it is.
that was just a,
It is.
it is. What do you think, Rabbi? Do you think that is something going on? Do you think it's something or no?
Oh yeah, for sure. You don't. I mean, you just learn something about people and the way they are, and when they're consistent as he is. And then he says he comes back. I would have expected him to say, and I would say this to him when he came in. Hey, I'm back, but just for a couple days or whatever, because
Right.
my job's gonna have something or whatever. But
He didn't say that, did he? He did not.
he did not. No, especially when you were talking to him yesterday, he'd be like, "Hey, just giving you a heads up that things could change." But you never know. You get an email or something. But it's kind of weird that you would have your job contact you on the weekend or whatever to tell you that. Frankly, he just might need.
Yeah, it's what he said on JC. He said, hey, he said on that man cat that, hey, I'm going to be taking a break for again. That's what he said. That's just, but he said he'll give me another behind it, you know.
Yeah.
That's what it said. Let's just see what it is.
It's
He this, he that. He said, so he said, I'm going to add you on my other account because this one is going to get disabled. They ain't accepted it. Then he says, I keep you added on my other account because I will be taking another break from Discord due to work and second job. I'll message you on the other account. Sorry, gotta go and disable this account again.
That's weird. And I would tell him.
Then he hit up on the other one and said, I will be taking another break from Discord due to work and second job. I'll DM you every now and then because I'll be busy a lot.
So he's
I
taking.
just said, okay.
He's taking a second job.
I guess you got a second job. So, yeah.
Well, you think he would have said yesterday when we talked to him?
Right.
Yeah, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, I do pray for him.
My spidey senses are tingly with that one, but that's fine. I mean, I don't care. It's his business.
Me neither.
I don't understand why he deactivates his account. Miss Aquarius, I've been on the internet for 25 years. I've never deactivated a single account. I just don't.
Right.
I just won't use it. Like, I'll just let it be. But like the deactivating and reactivating, I don't understand that.
Me neither. I'll just get off of it. I'll just close out.
Yeah, exactly. And leave it.
Just sign out.
Leave it for 5 years if I need to, and then if I want to go back, I just log back in.
Exactly. But hey, like I said, it's his business. We ain't got to worry about it. Hey, we want to worry about it, but I'm not going back and give it to God. What I'm gonna do.
Right. I hope. Exactly. He's a very nice person, and he has always been kind to me. But in the back of my mind, I've always thought something weird is here because of the random disappearances. And but it's not my business.
No.
He could be going through something else, and he's just using that as a cover. And I would understand that too. I understand.
Right.
I understand. We're just two people on the internet, and like sometimes you can't go into every single thing about your life. And you know what? Frankly, sometimes you have to lie to protect yourself or whatever, or to not reveal some big issue that's going on. And I understand that. And if you were to say to me, Rabbi, I had to later on, I had to tell you this because I was in danger. Okay, that's cool. Like I know, like no big deal. You could be like Rabbi, I don't work at the auto auction place. I work for the CIA, but I just couldn't tell you that. Okay, that's cool. We're still friends.
Right. Yeah, very friends. Yeah, so we're gonna be friends. So yeah, you're right. You might have something else to do. Just don't have to. We two complete friends. Two people we don't do. So we understand.
That's right. And he's cool though.
He is real cool. He is.
I've always thought he's really interesting. He's always into interesting stuff, and I would hope that that's like another thing. Like, I mean, I get it if you got a second job like that can cause time, but it's like you can pop in. Like, you don't have to live in here. You could just be like, hey, like every night I'm just gonna come in and say hi or whatever, once a week or whatever, and maybe he'll still do that.
Yo, that catch his foot on that shell bar again. I'm gonna go right in there.
There you go. But that's a weird.
Came in there, because I told him, remember I told him that. I said, yeah, I saw your butt in there with one of my friends in there. And you didn't, but you could have came, you didn't even have the time to come in here and say, hey, the rabbi. But you got in there. So next time you do, I'm going to let you know, I'm going right in there.
Yeah, there's a weird thing, though. Like, if we talked to him, like, I don't know, 18 hours ago, and there was nothing about I'm getting a second job, or that anything could change, or that I may need to deactivate my account or anything. Nothing like that. So
Mm-mm.
Maybe it's a personal thing. Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah.
So what's on your
But
agenda?
if you
Go ahead, Miss Aquarius.
nothing, hey, Bojangles and other stuff, chill out, just got this L on again.
Okay,
So she's supposed to be getting some paint done downstairs when we're in the whole house space. So upstairs for some paint. So
okay,
she's just working on that. She's gonna have some good old shrimp salad, my favorite. Some some barbecue pork chop, collard greens. Yes, we're about to eat good. And she bought some cupcakes, some cream cheese cupcakes, made me take a Popeye, enjoyed it for him. And yeah, I'm just gonna enjoy the day.
well, you're eating good in the neighbor.
I had to get up at 1 o'clock in the morning, Rabbi, because my leg was hurting, man. I'm like, please, this weather, it's gonna be like this all week. Like, I just want the weather to let up.
Miss Aquarius, what is Bojangles?
Like, that is a chicken spot. It's chicken biscuit, chicken, yeah.
Okay. Well, you're eating good.
Y'all don't have it down there.
We may. I don't eat fast food, so I don't really know. But
That's good.
yeah. Is it like Popeyes or KFC?
That's something like that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They got big potato wedges and big potato wedges, yeah.
Do you have a favorite chicken place?
Huh?
Do you have a favorite chicken place?
Churches, I like churches.
Okay.
But I did like a Texas fried chicken because they had this good chicken wrap, but they don't have it no more. So yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Very well.
Yeah. Yeah. What about you? Do you have a? You don't have. You don't eat fast food, so.
Yeah.
What fast food do you like?
Man, I love fried chicken. I love the breading of fried chicken. I could eat that. I think everybody likes that. For like comfort food, I like fried chicken. I like mashed potatoes. I like roasted chicken. I like all kinds of chicken. I like chicken salads. I like um, from a chicken standpoint. I like my local kosher market has like um, oh, what do you call it? Like I don't, not broiled chicken, but like they have like chicken in like you would get it at a Costco or something, you know. And it's just like I think it's broiled or something, but that's really good. I'll eat one of those. There's just a lot of little bones and stuff you got to be careful of a lot of times when you're eating chicken. That yeah. So like a roasted chicken, I like that. I like I really like the breading of chicken though. Like that if they I don't know how you would ever make this, but if they just could make the breading, I could eat that. That's like a thing. They should have somebody just make chicken breading. I don't know.
Right.
I think a lot of people would like that. I've never known anybody to do it, but you could make it in like little um, flakes or something like that. Anyway, what else do I like?
So, so you said West Vegas. Las Vegas is an American regional fast food chain headquartered in Charlotte, North Carolina, known for its Cajun seasoned fried chicken, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and Southern style sides. Founded in 1977, the chain operates primarily in the southeastern United States.
There
There
you
you
go.
go.
So perhaps they're not in California, but
Yeah, they're not in California.
I like all that stuff though. Like I like biscuits. I like gravy. You know what I really love, Miss Aquarius? That's like comfort food is um, chicken and dumplings. That's my jam. I love that. I could eat dumplings like all day long. And what else from that? Like coleslaw, potato salad, all kinds of salads. Um, yeah, I'm trying to think of any kind of chicken that I don't like. but I think I like chicken every which way, and I love fried chicken, and um, yeah, I love that kind of stuff. I love the breading. Like, I think that's good. But yeah, it's good stuff. And yeah, again, you just gotta watch the bones. That's why I really like chicken breasts. I could just seriously just eat chicken breasts all day with barbecue sauce and not have an issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love chicken, 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 chicken. Okay, oh, Tommy is here.
What up, Tony? How are you, big dog?
Not so good because I lost that episode.
I
I
know.
cannot find it.
I know. Okay, so it's not the end of the world, perhaps. I mean, I haven't recorded on my end, but I don't know which. Like, if you knew, I mean, we know the day. It was like 3 weeks ago, Sunday or something. um,
Yeah.
but I don't know if I would have your audio recorded, but I would have my audio recorded. Um, okay, it's not on Riverside.
No, I cannot find it. Like I no. It's like the 1, 2, and 4. It's not 3. It's not that.
Okay, you mean like Riverside didn't record it?
I don't know what happened. Like truly, I don't know what happened back then.
Okay, I mean, it is what it is. No big deal. I think you would just tell your viewers or whatever that we recorded another episode, but that it got lost. um, I
I
mean,
don't.
I mean,
I don't even have to do that. I will not going. Yeah, I need to do that. Yeah, but like I need to change it because we was talking about this is the fourth episode, the last 3 episodes, so I need to change it.
yeah. I mean, hold on a second. Do you remember how we did it? I just want to make sure you recognize, just to refresh your memory, perhaps.
We did it like 15 minutes in that episode, and your headphones died. I remember that.
Wait, hold on,
And
hold
afterward,
on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
we record.
hold on, hold on. We did the first episode. Then we did the second
Yeah,
episode. Then later in
yeah,
the same day of the second episode, we did the third episode when my headphones
yes.
died. And then we did the fourth episode. So the second and third episode are like in the same day.
I think so. Yeah.
So what you would do is go to Riverside to the second day, and you just get the recording that you have on that day. And then you just cut it up. It wasn't a separate day. It was its own day. Or it
No,
was
no, but like no, but like we done. I think we done like 1, 2, but we done 2 and 3 separate.
no, we did them the same day.
No, but like different recording.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And that is lost. I don't know where it's lost. That is lost. I
Okay.
don't know where.
Okay, so are you thinking that Riverside didn't record it?
Honestly, I've no idea, bro. Like, uh, I don't know what happened. Like, truly, truly.
Okay. Well, what you could do, um, and let me just check. Uh, I have it recorded, and so you could just record your audio if you wanted. Then you don't have to tell your um, audience anything. They wouldn't really not necessarily know the difference. Just a moment. Let me see. It was um, it was like May 7th or something. May 2nd or something. There was May 2nd, and then May. It was something like that. Okay, so if I go back to May 2nd, I'll be able to find it. Do you know what date it was?
Oh, that's good. What do you mean?
what date was our interview? Or the second one?
Oh,
Or the third one?
the second one, right? Wait, I'm gonna. Yeah,
Was it May 2nd?
yeah, I think so. I think like that. Yeah.
Okay, just one moment. I'll see if I have the. I mean, I know I have the recording. I just want to make sure it's usable.
And we're gonna check one more time. One more time. We're gonna check. I'm gonna check one more time because is that third was with that lump because it was not good side because it was too right. It's night for me. Was that?
What'd you say, big man?
I am saying like I have bueno I have right one recording with 30 minutes and a second recording 23 minutes and this is recording when I have that lump. If you know, if you remember.
Okay, what did you say? With the how long was the first recording?
First recording was 30. Um, yes, I get this. Yeah, I'm stupid. I'm sorry, bro. I have it. Sorry,
That's okay. I thought you would. No big deal.
sorry.
No big deal.
I have it. Yeah, I forget. Yeah.
Okay, good. So you found
Sorry,
it.
bro.
No
It's
worries.
okay.
No, no worries. That's great news.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great news, Tony. How have things been for you? How have you been?
Oh. Mm, sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Okay, well that's life, right?
Yeah. Yeah. True.
All right. Well, you found it, so that's great.
Yeah, true. Yeah. So I'm gonna post it for this week because this week I have no episode, so I need to save it with you.
Okay.
And maybe next week I will gonna save it with you too, but I don't know that.
Okay.
So we have you has been more broadcasted?
Yeah, I was on another one with a woman who interviewed me. Yeah, and then I've been um inquiring on some others. I want to say she and I did one. It was over an hour. It was good. It was long, and I got to talk about a lot of really what I think things. And she was a really great podcast host too. she was very organized and just was like went into it very open mindedly. And I've got to say, every person that I've ever podcasted with, they've all been very open minded and good hosts. So you've all been good. Um, and she's been doing she's done like 77 podcasts, and she's done it a course of like 6 years or something. So she's got quite a few episodes. And the one issue with her podcast, it's not that big of a deal, but it airs in September 6th, and it's like, why so long in advance? She books them.
Oh,
She's getting her master's degree, so she's like an academic, and she schedules these out very far in advance, and she publishes one a month. So um, I'm like the month of September, but she was really really nice, and um, we we got to talk about all kinds of stuff. So yeah, I've done that one, and then I'm in talks to do some others. So that's a good thing. How about you? Have you done any podcasts? I'm sure you have. Who have you done? What did you talk about?
wait. I need to. So I I celebrate too soon. I say, what's up, guys, and welcome to back to part. Yeah, we have part. Okay, sorry, sorry. My mind is not mining right now. Sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
What was your question?
Oh, how have the podcasts been since we last spoke?
I did that veteran, Australian. I did him. It was a good episode, a really nice episode. And not since then.
Okay. Did you have the chance to upload your other podcast to Spotify?
Yes, yes,
That's great. So now you're a Spotify person, right?
yeah. And I'm on Apple Podcast. I'm everywhere.
Okay. I'm gonna on iHeart Media.
Yes, I
Great
think
job.
yes.
Great job. Okay, you're on Pandora.
I will check.
That's
I
okay.
don't.
That's okay.
I don't remember exactly, but I'm on
Are you on Apple Podcasts?
Spotify, YouTube.
Apple Podcasts?
Yes, yes,
That's great. Those are the big
yes.
ones. Those are the big ones. Great job, Tony.
Thank you.
Yeah, now you have like a real podcast. So, not that you didn't before, but before it was just a YouTube podcast, which is a podcast, but
Yeah.
most people go to YouTube to watch video. So now when people are searching on Spotify and such, they're going to be able to find your podcast and like it and subscribe and everything.
And I did my first interview.
You did your first interview?
So that was good too.
What first interview?
Yeah. It was about Bitcoin and AI.
Oh, okay. Oh, somebody interviewed you?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Okay. And how did that go? Bitcoin and AI. Was it fun?
Yeah, it was like fun. I was a little bit. I don't want to say scared, but I was a little bit amazed because this was my first time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was good. I hope they were gonna release it, and if they're gonna release it, it's gonna be fun.
Okay. Why wouldn't they release it?
Because some it's like it's like this is the Bitcoin podcast, and I say I say like mistakenly I don't have Bitcoin, but I have this, but not much. So I hope it's gonna be like okay, mistakes we're gonna release it anyway. So I hope. Yeah.
Okay. I mean that works. Um, do you think that they thought what you said was interesting?
Yes, I think. Sorry, this episode was so interesting. Truly.
That's good. All right. So, how do you plan on getting more people on your podcast?
Right now I am talking with two persons right now. One is going to be about electrician in America.
Okay.
That's going to be interesting. And another one is going to be about God, about because he is a believer.
Okay.
So we're going to talk about that.
All right. And do you think that um and then from there how are you going to get podcast people?
From there, I have another one lineup. I have another one, and yeah, I have some people. I have some people.
Well, that's great.
I have like 3 people lineup
Oh, that's great. Okay. And how did you meet them?
through online,
Okay, but I mean like was it
like you.
I know, but was it like
Twitter.
oh, Twitter. Okay, that's great.
Yeah. Twitter is the best for that.
Yeah, I think it's good too.
So yeah. So do you think you are more famous right now?
Oh, with every day, big dog.
What?
I get more famous every day.
That's yeah. That was a signal answer.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
How about you? How about you? Do you feel more famous?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. Like I'm not saying I'm more, but like I think more people know me. I'm not you. I'm not like I don't have like 30,000 people on Twitter and this. Oh, like no, Twitch. Twitch.
Is it the one that's on YouTube? Where
What?
Miss Aquarius, we're having a discussion about what it is.
I said it's but it's an open discussion though, Rabbi.
Okay.
Anyway, so is he the one on YouTube?
He does have a podcast on YouTube, yeah.
That's why I have answered his other one.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
You're good. You're good. So Tony, you found You found our podcast, right?
What do you mean?
You were looking for a podcast and you found it on Riverside, correct?
I found.
Okay, excellent.
No, these people was in my podcast, so it's like a favor, and I was in them.
Okay.
Like a favor.
Okay, very well. Well, that's good. All right, well,
I hope.
Well, yeah, let me know if you run into any issues with it, okay?
Okay, and I have one more thing.
Yes, sir.
I will gonna have my first ever Brazilian on stream on my podcast.
Okay.
He doesn't speak English.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do with AI. So I hope we get everything finalized and we drop and we do this next week. And also he is like big on Twitch. He is like 30,000 people like you.
Okay, why don't you write him the questions in Portuguese so that he knows what they are, and then you just say, okay, we're gonna do the first question, and then you read it, and then he knows in his own language.
Because I want to be like in like a little time AI translator.
Oh, you want to do it in real time?
Yeah.
All right, that's gonna be challenging. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. But like, I know. I think this is gonna be first ever to somebody to do that. I think.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken. So this is one of my big projects right now.
Okay.
And yeah, I will do that.
All right.
I am so happy I found that. Like I am really happy to do it.
You're really happy you found what?
That part 3.
Oh yeah. Same here, big man.
Really happy because like.
Yeah, you should just, you could use it if you want as a lesson that whenever you do a podcast, ask any podcaster, they always lose something eventually. Have a backup going.
Yeah.
So whenever you do your podcast, even if it's like have a recording going in the background, just do that, because if you do this enough, you're gonna run into an issue where you lose something.
That's true. That's true. That's true. So did anyone is here in the Discord new from your podcast?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, I do my best to ask everybody how they found out about me or whatever, and it doesn't usually, when I'm on a podcast, happen right away. What does happen is it'll be like 2 months or 3 months or even a year or two later. Someone will be like, "Hey, I heard you on this podcast, and I thought it was really interesting." And I'll be like, "Oh, what podcast?" And they'll be like, "Oh, the Life Podcast or whatever." And you'll be like, "Oh, okay, cool." But yeah, it usually doesn't happen right away.
I think. Sorry.
I was just saying it usually doesn't happen right away.
I think what. Yeah. I think what I did with you is like I am going to be like live forever because I'm with this like crazy project with you. And yeah,
Oh, that's for certain, dog. Absolutely. It's like someone who wrote a book 400 years ago, and people have discovered the book and they'll read it.
yeah. And that's this like really one of the craziest thing in the world, like maybe in like 100 years of later somebody will be will be because of you because of what I did with you.
I have confidence in that.
That is so G, truly. And that is and I and that is good for me too because I'm not wrong go be just a number, but I'm going to be nice.
That's exactly right.
You
to
know,
quote to quote the movie Gladiator with Russell Crowe, what we do on earth echoes in eternity,
yeah,
and you will echo in eternity. And hopefully with the right technology you'll be able to live in eternity.
yeah.
I mean,
Even if not, I have my foot in the internet forever because of you. So thank you.
absolutely. And let's be honest, you would have had it anyway. But I no other person who you interview has a project that they say, well, they want to make you a trillionaire, but also that they have a much bigger scope of what they're doing. You may have somebody who's like, hey, I'm an electrician in the United States, and this is what I do, and these are the challenges that I undergo, and this is what my life is like with an electrician, and that's
Yep.
great. But see what you were doing 3 years ago on this very date, and they'd be like, well, no, I mean, that's kind of a wild thing to ask. But with mine, you can.
Yeah. So so I think like anything can happen, but I will gonna have food in the internet for long time, like,
That's correct, sir.
and that is so amazing to. I'm not going to lie to you. That is worth my soul.
I agree. Did you ever see the
Apology.
It is. Did you ever see the um? it- it's the it's considered the first YouTube video. It's like me at the zoo.
What?
It's like the first YouTube video. It's called like me at the zoo. Do you know what I'm referencing? It's okay if you don't. It's the oldest YouTube video.
No.
It's like 21 years old. But it's just some guy who went to the zoo,
Hmm.
and like he would have never thought that his trip to the zoo would be considered like the oldest,
Yeah.
like such an impactful video.
Yeah. So basically, I am in the same position because I interviewed you.
Potentially, yeah.
That's G. That's that's truly like bro. That's wow. That is so good. Like truly because because my grandchildren it can watch me.
That's right.
Can listen at that and, and this is so like this is so good feeling. I'm not lying.
That's great.
When when you get finally that world uh, Guinness World Record.
When am I going to? When people can watch all of
When
my
you get
when people can watch all my videos. So it'll take a few years because they have to confirm it.
because if it is happen, it's so fucking good. Like truly, yeah, like the rest. This is so good. If this is gonna happen and you will have your own.
Oh yeah, and
This is
I'll have a few of them, a few different ones because a lot of what I've done on camera has been archived and can be verified. Like it's one thing for someone to be like, most amount of hours slept on a stream. Okay, where's your evidence? And they'll be like, well, I just slept on the stream lot. Okay, that's fine, but is it recorded? Well, no. Okay, but mine are recorded. Most meals eaten on camera.
bro, and that's is.
So it's not just one of them. Like once they have a chance to go through everything that I've done, it's potentially hundreds, if not thousands of them.
Bro, do you know how this is going to bring my value up
All right. I mean,
and like everybody value?
yeah. I mean, a lot of people know about what I do. That's important. But um, as they say, a rising tide lifts all ships.
Bro, that's well, like I think you will break the I no I think you will be most Google man on the planet at some point.
No doubt. No doubt. I agree with that.
Some point you will be most Google man on the planet, bro.
That's correct.
And I think you will be on TV soon.
Oh, that could happen.
That is. I am happy that like basically after me like you get more. It's like a tsunami of podcasters.
Yeah. And I've been sending out emails about them as well. So
About what?
I'm just not doing it on Twitter. I'm doing it on a bunch of different platforms.
About what?
What'd you say?
I'm I'm saying that like I am happy like you have right now you have like a tsunami of new podcasters.
Yeah, I am too. Just got to keep it up. I say to myself, if I can send out 30,
Sooner now.
if I can say to myself, I need to send out 30 emails a day about being on people's podcasts to real Spotifyers, people whose emails I get from Spotify. In 1 year, I will be famous.
I think you can continually be in Joe Rogan.
Perhaps.
And I am happy that I am part of the journey. Like,
I am happy that you're part of it too.
my journey will be longer than yours.
Potentially. But once I go viral, you're gonna go viral, and every single person I've ever been on a podcast and stream with will go viral. It'll be a big deal.
Yeah. No doubt. No doubt.
No doubt is right.
No doubt. What is your dream, like a podcast? Where do you want to be?
Oh, which podcast do I want to do?
Yeah.
I'd like to do the New York Times podcast or like the PBS podcast. I forget what it's called. It's a big one. It's like one of the biggest. Like one of those really mainstream ones that has a liberal bend or more progressive bend. I feel like if I then there's like no podcast that wouldn't have me on because you're like legitimized. Once you're on those podcasts, you're not on like that. Those are the biggest mainstream podcasts. So it wouldn't be like Lex Friedman or Joe Rogan. Those would be cool, and I'd love to be on Joe Rogan. I'd love to be on Kill Tony. I'd love to be on one of those podcasts, but one of those like news hour podcasts or whatever. They're like I really would like to be on a PBS or New York Times or it's called YNet or like an Israeli podcast, something like that. That would be one of the Israeli newspaper podcasts. That would be really of interest to me. I'd be proud to do that. But even just like I'd want to do Chinese podcasts, like whatever those are. I mean, I don't know what all of those are, but like something like really like outside my wheelhouse, outside of what I'm used to.
But like be prepared for be prepared for one thing because I know I understand it now, but because your name be prepared for a lot of questions about your name. Be ready for it.
I mean, I can only control what I can control. Anybody can ask me any question that they want. It's not throughout our entire time together. How many times have I asked you about your name? Zero times.
But I'm not famous.
Okay, I'm not famous either. It's like if I had the last name in the United States, Kennedy.
But I'm not
People
famous.
don't have to get. People don't have to.
Like,
If I had the last name, If my last name were Kennedy in the United States.
That's right. When?
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Do you know how many? Do you know how many conspiracy theories there have internet?
I don't want to talk about those. Those aren't my wheelhouse.
And I'm not. Like. I'm just saying that. Be ready.
Okay.
True.
All right.
I understand you like say to me like so I understand your name but like to be hundreds of thousands of people
Okay.
you're not gonna understand.
Okay. It comes down to this. Rabbi Michael Rothschild. Are you a banker? No. I'm a
Yeah.
certified project management professional. That's the end of the story. It would be like if you interviewed someone named Michael Kennedy and you would say, "Are you related to President Kennedy?" They'd say no. Or they'd say, uh, or they'd be like, "Are you part of the Kennedy clan?" Not directly. We share DNA. That's about it. That's the end of the story of that. I mean, there may be more to other things into what you say and who you are, and that might be really interesting, but
like
people can't.
People on the internet are crazy.
Okay, I mean, let them be however they want to be. I can't control that. That's a very small portion of who I am and what I do. The thing is, in the future, the banking dynasty will consider themselves coming from me, not me coming. It's about data. It's about content. I have more data and content created than every single other member of my family. Every single one combined. I have more data. Nobody else live streams their life. That means every newspaper article for hundreds of years. I have more content than every Rothschild ever combined. So it's like I will be seen as the patriarch of the family, as the scion of the family, and the people will be like, "Oh, are you from the Rabbi Rothschild part of the family, or are you from the banking part?" Because the banking part's lame. The cool part is the historian, the futurist, the rabbi's part of the family, and that's cool.
I know you are not on the you are not from the baking part of America. I know that. But like people okay, but you will be ready.
Yeah, I mean,
For it.
there are a lot of like. Okay, here's a. Do you know who Seth Rogen is?
No,
Okay, so he's an actor in the United States. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
I know.
Okay, so Joe Rogan's. I've never heard him ask, "Are you and Seth Rogen, cousins?" Like it's a big family. The Rogan family is a big family.
I know.
So it,
But like it's very different. Rogan family and Rothschild family. That's different. That's big difference.
yeah, to some extent, but to other extents, Joe Rogan has more content created on the internet. He has like I don't know something like 350 days by now. If you combine all of his content, that's his own dynasty. That's a huge. That's huge. And maybe Seth Rogen and Joe Rogan are related somehow. I mean, we're all related somehow. But people don't get set up on that. They don't get hung up on that. Then talk about what Joe Rogan does with the UFC and his podcast and his acting career and his Fear Factor career. They want to find out who the person is.
I I hope you will be in the same position. Like they are not going to give a fuck about your name.
Okay.
but yeah, I'm happy for you, and yeah, I think this is great, and I am happy to be part of this.
Excellent. Well, I'm happy that you found our other podcast, and you should use it as a lesson that you need to have double. You need to record.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that hard. If you have a computer, you just open up your recorder, and at least then you get, you know, like then you don't like,
Yeah.
you know. I would have been okay if you would have been like, hey, can we re-record that or whatever? I would have been okay with that. Or if I didn't have it, I would have been okay with that. But not everybody's going to be. And imagine this was a really big interview for you. You want to make sure that it doesn't happen to you. So you basically use it as a lesson.
Mm-hmm.
So, you've got like a voice recorder, or you could even, if even you used your phone, just use your phone. And
Mm-hmm.
then it's not the same device, too, which is important. If you can
Mm-hmm.
avoid it from being the same device. So you play on your phone or you record on your phone the voice recorder, and then you shouldn't have an issue.
And also, I did stream on Rumble
How did it go?
and or Kick.
Okay, what about YouTube?
That's
And
good.
that's good. What about
At
YouTube
reach
and Twitch?
YouTube, I need more videos. YouTube is like so small for it, so I'm gonna need more videos. So that's YouTube, and on Twitch, like some technical issues. So I did one yesterday only for lumber and kick.
Okay, well, that's good. What were the technical issues on Twitch?
I don't know. I was not looking it right now because I have different. But I'm gonna look in it today, and I'm gonna let you know.
Okay.
So, what is your plan for today? I know this is the big question, but
Yeah, no, good question. So I'm getting my streams more organized, and I've been creating a lot of blogs. Um, so I like to write on futurist topics and just like pop culture, things about society. And I created a robot that does that for me automatically, and just making sure that it
nice.
it populates correctly. I'm in the process of creating about 2,000 blogs, which is not blog posts, blogs, individual blogs, which is just a massive amount of blogs. And then each blog, I want to have at least 100 posts. So that's 200,000 posts, which is just got to be the biggest set of blogs blogs in the world.
You want to break all of records?
Basically, yeah. The why not? Why not, right? Why not try to
No,
have as much content as possible?
not like in sports, but in no sports and no food, you will be best.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, it's like uh, imagine someone were a basketball player, and instead of going into instead of going into their career like I want to win a championship, they were like I want to win all the champs, and I want to break every single scoring record and every single assist record and everything. If it's a record, then it becomes a target that I want to break. That's kind of how I am. Uh, I I want to do it all, as they say. So
Yeah, I get that.
so that's what I'm doing, and I feel that that's a different kind of strategy than a lot of streamers, but that's okay. I mean, I nobody says I have to have the same strategy as every other streamer. But if I'm gonna do it, I want to do it better. If I'm gonna do it, I want to do it better than anybody else.
That is good fucking mindset. I'm not going to lie to you. That is good mindset. Like the rest, good mindset.
I agree, and I think that we're in a unique time where the internet is generally pretty free. It's not completely free, but you can generally say what you want and publish what you want, and they don't charge you. I could see a time in the future where YouTube charges you. If you want to stream for an hour, okay, it's $5,
Yeah,
and that's going to limit a lot of things. But right now,
yeah, that's true.
it's free. So why not take advantage of it while it's free?
Yeah, that's true. That's that's why I'm like you. I need to have more episode. I need to have more episode today because you have to like the YouTube is not going to be free forever, and I think we have the time. So that's why I am like too. I need to have so yeah. So that's why I'm. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Episode is almost done. Episode is almost done. Well, I will tell you a story about what what happened today. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So in my situation, I am I am very good podcast man. I can be like for Americans everything, but I'm struggle with raw like that time like the rest. So I was like, okay, my brother like his friend want to fight me someone, but like his friend fucked up so bad, and he said to the girl, please talk to him. This him will make him feeling good. and I was feeling like I am some. I'm feeling like she does some fucking charity, bro. I feel so bad. My my manhood was down. Truly,
Okay.
I was like, what?
Okay. I mean, do they
So I can't.
go ahead?
Okay, continue.
Do they have dating apps in your country?
Yes,
Okay, so why don't you just join some dating apps, take some good pictures of yourself, review your
it's
biography?
not that easy.
Yes, it is. It is that easy. Why are you putting challenges in between you and your end goal? It's literally this easy. It's not even like it used to be where you had to go meet someone in public. You can sit in your bed. If you have good pictures, you have a good bio, and you just swipe right, swipe right, swipe right on girls that you like, and then you'll get people in your inbox, and then you start talking to them. How is it not that easy? It's literally that easy.
And
You could go on a date every single night.
usually,
You could go on a date every single night from now until when you fall in love and not have an issue. It's not hard.
and the end of the story is I got that friend, and I'm not going to talk with that girl because that girl sees me like some charity.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a charity case. That's fine for that girl. She sucks. You need to go for some girls in your area. How many pictures do you have?
Bro, I have so many on internet.
Okay, but that's not what you want. That's not what you want. For those you want quality, not quantity. So you pick 5 good pictures. One of you doing something adventurous. One of you in your home. One of you with an animal. One of you with your friends. One of you doing a hobby that you love. So those 5, you make that they're HD, high quality pictures that you look really good in them. And then in your biography, it's short and simple. It's hi, my name is Anton. Whatever you want to go by, but Tony, I um am a whatever old whatever you do. I'm an AI enthusiast. I'm into finance. I wouldn't say cryptocurrency. I'd say
Podcast.
finance, and I'm a podcaster. And I would love to get to and take you on a date. It's as simple as that. That's it. You say I'm single, no children, never married, and I'd love to take you on a date. Okay, that's great. That's it. And you're gonna have a ton of girls who are in your inbox. As simple as that.
I don't know about that one.
You haven't
I
done
don't know
you
about
haven't
it.
done it. You haven't
I
done it.
don't.
You haven't done it. So you don't know, and
What?
until you do it, you'll never know. And then you just swipe right on chicks or whatever. You accept their invitations. You start getting girls in your inbox. I'm telling you, you could have girls in your inbox by this time tomorrow if you just did what I said.
Do you think I have good hobbies?
Well, I don't know everything that you do, but I think they're interesting. AI, finance,
Like
podcasting, those are cool hobbies.
podcast, football,
Yeah,
chess.
that's fine. Those are cool. So instead of saying football, I mean, that's fine, but you could say sports. I mean, you make it more vague so that you're just like, you don't have to tell her absolutely everything right away because I'm sure a lot of guys have the same thing. So you say, I mean, the big one is, are you 6 feet tall?
No, fuck no.
Okay, that's fine. No big deal.
No.
No big deal. No big deal. So, but that's fine. So you just, you say, my name is Tony. I'm XYZ age. I enjoy sports, finance. I'm a podcaster. I am single, unmarried. looking for love. I would love to take you on a date. Please send me a DM if you're interested. Something like that, or whatever. Uh, it's very simple. And you have your 5 good pictures, and then you go fall in love. What's so hard about that?
And Tinder is the best. You think?
Uh, I would go on them all. Why limit yourself to one?
Okay, you I forget you are Megaman. I forget.
That's okay.
I forget you want everything big.
I mean, you want to fall in love, right? It's like, hey, dude, why to go to one bar and try to find the prettiest girl for you when you can go to 10 bars and find the for you?
That's true.
So I would join the top 5 in your area
Jesus.
or whatever they are: Hinge, Bumble, Tinder, OkCupid, Match.com, whatever they are. And then I would take my profile. It's very easy. And then every day I would spend 5 minutes just going through girls and messages and stuff. And if you did that regularly every single day for the next month, you'd be in a relationship by this time next month. You and I both know that.
So you were saying I don't need to pay for like subscription like for like Tinder Premium and this.
No, you don't have to. If you don't have the money to do it, which you don't need to.
I'm broke as fuck. I'm I don't want to be broke. But
Okay, I mean that's another thing.
okay.
You can get a job.
It's not that easy.
Yes, it is. Again, same thing. Go to ZipRecruiter and Indeed and Career Builder. Take your resume, put it into ChatGPT, have it optimized for career keywords, and then you apply. You spend an hour every single day applying to hundreds of jobs every single day, and in 1 month you'll be employed with a girlfriend.
Alright, bro, if I went to for with a month with you, bro, I have everything. I have girlfriend, I have everything, bro.
I agree. That's
You
why I
are
said. That's
you
why I
can
said.
be life coach.
That's why I said you should just live in
Like
here.
the rest.
That's why I said you should just live in here. Whenever you have a question, you just ask me, hey, and then we would talk about it. I'm not saying I'm always right, but I have a lot of experience and I can just tell you like how to get a job when you have no job and like no if you didn't have education. And what job would you have? You'd have your opportunity at a bunch of jobs. So long as you are someone who will show up and not.
But I am in different country, bro.
I don't care where you are. They have jobs in every country.
I know, but like you are saying that when working for your you understand?
It works anywhere. All of the countries are the same. China's the same. Israel's the same. South Africa's the same. I've helped people in Nigeria get jobs.
Bro, you are crazy.
South America, everywhere. It's not like you'd be the first person I'd help get a job. This is a winning strategy. Any job out
Okay,
there, any job out there, the most important thing is accountability. Are you going to show up on time and are you going to work the job? That's the most important thing.
yes,
Okay, so then that's better than 90% of all candidates out there.
bro, you are. Ah, okay, okay. You know what? Let's go to set up Tinder. Okay, okay.
Go do
Let's
it,
go.
man.
So, how often do you drink? Not for me.
Okay,
How do you smoke? Non-smoker.
good.
Workout often. Do you have any pets? Hamster. Which your which is your communication style? I think video. You know what? I need to call someone. Somebody call me. I will call you right back. Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Coincidentally, that same day on the paper, if you turn over the front sheet, was the advertisement for Ed Teller coming the next day, giving a lecture, at the lab. So
you go to a talk he gives or something?
yeah, he was about to give a talk. I got there early. He's sitting outside reading the paper because the door was locked. So I wanted to go super early too because I thought maybe it's going to be crowded or whatever. He's reading the front page of the paper because or else I really didn't know how to go up and say anything. But I went, oh, it's the perfect segue. He's already reading about me. So I'm like, hi, Ed, I'm the guy you're reading about.
What was Edward Teller like?
He's a grumpy old man. That's the only way I could describe him.
Did he have any sort of distinct accent?
Of course he has a distinct accent. Yeah. I mean, he looked exactly like himself.
Yeah. Fascinating. And so, what was the conversation like? Were you like, hey, that's me? And then what did he say?
He said, well, that's fascinating, but I can't remember it verbatim, but he said, but it is grossly impractical. I said, yeah, it's not made to be a practical, mode of transportation. We only spoke for a short time, and then you can hear the door unclick, swing open, and the guy greeted him, oh, Mr. Teller, and so they brought him in, and I thought, that was that. But as time went on, I made reference to that when I sent him a resume after I had moved on from Los Alamos, and he remembered me, and that's who directed me to EGG, how this all started to go to this one.
Have you ever seen there's a video of Edward Teller being questioned on his review?
Yeah, of course.
Because first of all, he goes into nuclear propulsion, and he doesn't want to get into it. It's very clear. And then he's questioned on you, and he has the exact same reaction.
It is in my opinion not interesting. I don't intend to answer it. If you ask me that question on camera, I will shut up. I will sit silent. You're not going to get an answer out of your way.
And if I ask you on camera, do you know Bob Lazar, can you just say no?
I will sit silently.
I mean, I spoke to the guy before he went and interviewed Teller. He was one of Teller's students. And he said, I'm going to bring up you to Teller. And I went, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
And it would be awesome to see how fast he denies me.
Yeah.
And he did immediately.
But he denied you in the same way. First he goes, yeah, technically you could get, a real power source from nuclear. And it basically implying he knows a lot about it, but he's not going to talk about it.
Yeah, I think he said, is there anything other than fission or fusion?
That's right.
No, nothing that anyone would be interested about. Yeah, but there's total annihilation, and he just completely discounted that, which is interesting for Teller.
Do you think that he's talking about, because you talk about this 115, you had a...
I don't know if that's who
goes up to 16, and then he gets matter, antimatter annihilation thing.
I don't know if that's what it's referring to, but he's clearly not addressing the most powerful nuclear reaction there is. Why would he do that?
And he's clearly also denying the nuclear knowledge in the same way that he's denying his link to you.
Yeah,
Which to me is such a tell that he obviously met you.
It's weird that he would do that.
And so you were at Los Alamos, and were you working with other physicists at the time, or what was your main kind of like day-to-day responsibility there?
Well, it changed. I was building, I think, this was for the particle accelerator. They wanted to be able to trim voltage to a very fine degree. So it was stuff that's insulated by fiber optics, so you can make adjustments, from a distance without interfering with, the electric fields or anything. And day to day, there was just maintenance on the targets and experiments we were doing. So it's cryogenics and, dealing with power magnets and, what else? Radioactive materials. Yeah. Stuff. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what I did every day, but it was, there was no really regular routine. We'd either be working on getting ready to do an experiment, so we'd be working on, the detection equipment, or setting up the experiment, and it all had to do with, the output of the accelerator and adjusting that.
So this was a particle accelerator?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a half-mile-long linear accelerator in Los Alamos.
That's cool.
And the beam splits off. It comes down and it splits off into different external areas. So you can conduct a whole bunch of different experiments, just from one beam. And they can put different things in the targets to make different particles and go different directions. And depending on the speed of the particle going by and its spin and how long it's in transit, you can calculate its mass and, backtrack and then put things together. Analogy I always gave was it's like if you wanted to analyze a Swiss watch, but you really couldn't look inside. But so you could take and throw it as hard as you can at a concrete wall.
Yeah.
And then it busts apart and all the pieces go flying off.
Yeah.
Well, by looking at those pieces, you can backtrack everything. And you can see if one was spinning a certain direction, the rotation and how it came off, and the mass of it, if it was turning before, and by the angles, you can put it back there, and eventually you can reassemble how it was made just from the particles flying apart. So essentially what an accelerator does is smash something, and then we can figure out how it all goes together just by monitoring those particles.
It's so cool.
Yeah, so that's what I did in Los Alamos.
Did you get the sense that there were two branches of science that was a little more classified, and then public science?
No, not at that
point.
Not at that point. We were all on the same level.
Yeah. Now, I know you can't say why they erased you from MIT, and there are a lot of people out there who say you make your educational credentials, you have very good I think, reason that at least passes, Joe Rogan and some other people who I really trust their sniff test.
He said that he was working on something for the government, and they sent him to MIT to learn something.
But I will ask you, is there anything you can say high level that he said you can't talk about while you were at MIT?
Well, I was sent there. Okay, and if you're sent like there for a specific reason, maybe to do some classified research or work,
It's going to be off the books.
yeah, I mean, but it's also, you also can't talk about it because it's still, I mean, look, the government's never going to come and prosecute me for, I hope not, for releasing information about S4. But assuming I was working on a weapons system, that's still covered under the security agreement. And at this point in my life, I just don't want to make any waves.
Yeah.
So,
I think that's very reasonable. It's also, I should know, this is me talking and not you, MIT long is a university, affiliated research center. It's called the UARC, and they do all sorts of classified stuff. They have a super soldier program. We're always at the forefront of nanotechnology, and so the idea that
well, anything I would have potentially been working on wouldn't be so outlandish as super soldiers, or it'd be just very conventional, but still classified material.
Yeah,
Stuff.
I think it's just helpful because this stuff is circulating out there, and the idea that you would get sent to that school specifically and work on something that you can't talk about is very feasible.
But I would have gotten
Theoretically,
sent.
yeah.
You got sent there.
If I got sent there, there's a very clear possibility I wouldn't be able to talk about it, and I'd work on some classified stuff.
If you wanted to hire a guy who could think clearly out of the box and help solve problems, but who can be discredited if you needed to do that, Bob was probably the best person in the country at the time. He was perfect for it.
George Knapp was originally this very instrumental part of Breaking Your Story in 1989. It's part of KLAS. Did you took him to Los Alamos? Is that right? At some point?
Yeah, I told him all this Los Alamos stuff, and said, "Well, let's go there. I'll show you." And security was a little more lax back then, so we got in a plane and just rented a car. And at that time, everyone I knew still worked there, so including the guards. Hey, Bill, Bob, you're back. And so we're in, and just took charge everywhere. There's my desk. Here's this, and walk in here, and I still knew combinations to places and water.
Right.
I'm sure it was not all 100% legal, but yeah. George just walked around, filmed everything, spoke to people that I worked with, and he said, "All right, we can check that box off," and then we went back.
Yeah. And so, because I also, again, I want to address some of these detracting comments circulating online. There are people who are like, "Oh, he quizzed the physicists, at Los Alamos, but he really has some other job there or something." First of all, your description of a particle accelerator and how to actually, detect subatomic particles, I think is first class. And then second, you have a guy, George Knapp, which you have to either accuse him of some sort of collusion or something in his orientation towards you, or admit that you showed him around. People knew your name. He saw it, and clearly he was trying to suss you out by asking you to invite him, right?
Yeah, I just don't pay attention to the detractors and the nonsense. I mean,
Yeah.
to me, we're past that.
I never met Dr. Keller again, but in 1988, when I was to re-enter the scientific community, I sent her a resume and inquired about a job. Dr. Keller responded by telephone and told me that he was no longer active, but just functioned in a chief consultant capacity. He was a man with a contact call in Las Vegas. I made that call and things progressed from there until I got into the program at S4.
And so you sent the resume, he remembers you somehow, and which
Yeah, because I made mention of the jet car in Los Alamos.
and then he sent your resume to EG&G, and then you get a job there.
I don't know if he sent it. He when he did reply to me, he gave me contact information for EG&G. So I don't know if he said or just have a look at this young man or something like that, or if he did send the resumes. I don't know what happened.
Did you know anything about EG&G at the time? Or?
I know they did measurements. They did all the. I mean, those are the guys that came out and figured how to, photograph, an exploding nuclear bomb without it getting overexposed. They did all kinds of things, make giant flash tubes so you can photograph cities from bombers and stuff. So that's about all I know. I knew they were just, a contractor that did weird stuff for the government, but, legally in the nuclear testing area.
It's a company that is the namesake of Doc Edgerton, who was MIT faculty, actually. And
Edgerton, Rimmerhausen, and Greer.
There you go.
Many types of cameras will be used. The most important are fast cameras, which operate up to 9,000 frames per second and expose that entire footage in a fraction of a second.
Have you looked at any of the other, obviously you're really nuclear, and then you worked on UFOs. There's this amazing book that I always cite, that I'm sure you're aware of, Luigi, called UFOs and Nukes by a friend of mine named Robert Hastings. And he talks about UFOs like Tic Tac, saucers, orbs, all these different shapes and sizes of UFOs showing up at nuclear bases all across the U.S.
I've certainly heard that.
Isn't that interesting? There are 167 whistleblowers are on what's called the PRP program, where they report if they're taking ibuprofen because they're guarding the crown jewels of America.
Really?
167 of these guys.
Wow. Yeah, there's really 167 of those.
167 of these guys. It's really wild.
That's incredible. I mean, that should be investigated further, and I'm sure, but not publicly. But you're talking about nuclear sites. If you're talking about nuclear sites, you are at the very core of national security.
So my point is if you're doing the photography of that early on, you gotta have some asymmetric knowledge of UFO stuff. That would be my guess.
Yeah, they were the guys documenting and photographing every angle, everywhere.
Yes.
So if in fact all that stuff was going on, EG&G had to catch something.
Totally. And EG&G keeps coming up for me too in my own investigations. Even there's this thing called the Wilson Davis memo, where the scientist who actually lives in Austin, his name is Eric Davis, meets with the head of J2 Joint Chiefs, who under whose purview is all military technology, a guy named Admiral Thomas Wilson. And they're in the parking lot of EG&G, and Thomas Wilson is like furious that he doesn't have oversight over this specific corporate program, which seems to be reverse engineering exotic UFO material. So you get a job at EG&G. What's your first touch point there? And so you have a little bit of context. But
I originally went in there. I didn't know what the job was.
Yeah.
They interviewed me for that, and somewhere in the middle of it, they said, we actually have a different that we're thinking of plugging you into now. I think I went to the baths when I came back. They said we're changing channels. We think we have, and I think so. I don't know if they were both something at Esper or something else was going to be for EG&G or the Department of Naval Intelligence, and then they thought maybe S4 would be but I don't know what went on behind the scenes, but there were two jobs. Then they decided I'd be better off with the second one. And the second one was S4 out at the Papoose Lake area.
And what were they screening for? Like, what do you think they were asking you and trying to get at? And then when you go to the bathroom, why do they shift? And they say, this guy's actually going to, that UFO thing we're stuck on, this guy's going to break it wide open. He could be a good hire there.
I don't think that's what they said. I think they were stuck, and I think they kept, just because of the way the place is arranged, they kept trying to attack the problem from the same direction all the time, which is only going to yield the same result. In fact, if you expected anything else, you're nuts. It's the definition of crazy, right? Doing the same thing and expecting different results. Most of their questions was not about my technical knowledge or work experience. It's what I did after work. And, like the projects I built, why did you do that? And I think they were just looking at trying to find somebody that was outside of the box.
Yeah.
And I think that's where I fit, because before that, you had really straight-laced scientists, physicists, technicians, that abided by the rules and all that. And they look, we need a little push from another direction. And it's my guess. I think that's what they thought.
At that point, do you have any idea what yourself into?
No. But then, they said it's under area and the work hours can vary. Some people are out for 2 weeks on, 1 week off.
Yeah.
Some people, and depends if they're married or not or anything, can spend that much time out there. Some people only go out 3 days a week, and and some people are just on call, and for the time being, it would probably need you sporadically going out there on call, and until we get you up to speed. And you have a problem with traveling. I said, no. So I thought, wow, if it's out in the desert, it's probably. I thought it was the only thing I knew about the desert was at that time it's a nuclear. So I thought it was weapons related, and specifically nuclear weapon related. And I was going to be at the nuclear test site at somewhere stationed near Mercury. The way it worked was they called me at random day, and they'd say, Mr. Lazard is now such and such time. We need you to come out today. So I go out there. I drive out to EG&G Special Projects, which was right in McCarran Airport at that time. I go through a little security there, and then out on the tarmac and board one of the Janet flights. They were only used by the government for going back and forth to the test site.
Might be typically on the main tower, or might be the running line of the light traffic downfield.
Yeah, we just took off and landed, and I still thought I was at I didn't know it was at Area 51.
Yep. And you land at Area 51.
Yeah.
And
first of all, at that time, Area 51 meant nothing. Just this is known as Area 51. Okay. As all the test sites split up into areas. It's Area 2, Area 5, so it's 51. Okay.
At what point do you go to S4?
I've told the story so much, and it's been so long. All the days kind of mix and infuse into one now, so I can't separate what you did on that day. What you do on the third day? I don't know. Of course. But I don't think we drove down on the first day. I think it was just a paperwork and stuff day. But the second day, for sure, we drove down, got in the bus. It was a long, bumpy ride. And the windows were blacked out on the bus, and it was just a navy blue painted bus, and it seemed like we went south. By the time we got there, got off the bus, the sun was setting to my right.
And then what happens next?
Well, when I got there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where Dennis let me in.
And he's Dennis for the audience.
I guess you could my super. He was kind of my shadow and everything. He was just attached to me.
This is Dennis Marion.
Dennis Marion.
Yeah. And so he leads you in.
Yeah, he leads me in. There's a guard there. We get past him, and then they had to train the hand reader to give me a card, open the doors. So that's the first time I saw that hand scan. I get the card, he shows me this, you swipe on the door and it records every time you come do the thing.
Is it a bodyguard or like a...
No, once you're in the room with the scanner, there's nothing. It's not when you open up, but it's just a really long card. And just kind of, it's not modern, looks old, it's just painted painted cinder block with light paint and dark green. Kind of looked my old kindergarten or something.
It's this vast expanse, and is all of it underground or in a mountain, or
It's kind of on the side of a mountain.
okay?
You know, it's so the hangars are right on the side, or it's a hill. I guess, however you want to describe it.
Sure.
So the hangars are there, and then the corridor is in the back of the hangars, so that gives you hangar access. And there were 9 hangars, so and they're fairly big, so that explains why the corridors were so long.
And so you're in there, you see this vast expanse. Then what happens?
We went to review the briefings first, so that was off to the right. We came in. There was a desk there. Somebody had already laid out all the briefings, which were summaries of the projects going on. So we didn't go in depth, but in case your project connected to some of these in some way, you had to have a brief overview of what else was going on. Project Galileo was the first briefing on there.
And so that was your project.
Yeah.
And then, but you had other briefings as well.
Yeah.
And that was Project Looking Glass.
Looking Glass and
what else?
Sidekick.
And Sidekick. Okay.
Yeah.
And so I imagine you take most interest in Galileo, but you also look through Looking Glass and Sidekick.
Yeah.
Is that right?
But Galileo dealt with the propulsion system of the craft and the directives that are given. There were 2 primary directives. It's one to duplicate the propulsion system or components thereof with available Earth materials. And directive 2 was to be able to remotely disable the operation of the system. I don't know how it was worded. Somewhere the word "at all costs" was in there. So that was really a high priority, but they certainly wanted to duplicate it. They really wanted to disable it.
I do think that's an important distinction in the mandate of the program. It's to not necessarily reverse engineer, but to parallel engineer. Find ways to, with terrestrial, normal prosaic engineering, build
Or come up with a hybrid system, something. The bottom line is reduce the effects the machine is having. So just do it.
and then
However
you can,
just do it.
which makes sense in the skill set they seem to take interest in with you, because you are this outside of the box thinker. You're not this prim and proper traditional academic or something who does not want to break rules, who might be extremely high IQ, but isn't necessarily rebellious in the way they think within these sort of narrow confines they're given.
Yeah, they were just looking to come at another angle, and maybe we can, uncover something.
And just for the audience, what is Sidekick and what is Project Looking Glass?
Sidekick was the weapon potential of the craft. The craft with it has 3 of the emitters on the bottom of the large trash can. These out gravity waves or whatever form of energy is, but Sidekick dealt with using those to focus a particle beam to stop it from diverging. So it appeared to be there was some sort of weapon potential doing it.
Like a directed energy weapon.
Yeah, I think it was a particle weapon. So I don't know what the source was, but that's just what the briefing contained in it. And
are you given any other context before reading these documents?
No.
And when you're reading these documents, what's going through your
No, some of the stuff in there was just nonsense. You wonder, was this like a test? There is stuff like, the aliens had made 65 corrections to, in the evolution of humans and things. And as Barry explained to me, he said, look, they keep everything classified here. But if somebody says something, and hear it on the grapevine, they said, they've got a disk and alien craft down at the test site. They don't know where it comes from. But everybody that they give briefings or information to, they put unique nonsense information there. So, like if I had said anything, flying saucers down there and aliens made 65 corrections. I go, Lazard's the guy. Yep, that. So that's why I think they put it in there to attach to a person. He got this, and they make it something enticing to say.
So you go through these briefings. What happens next?
At some point, I went to the nurse who was the only female that was there. She said, we have to do an allergen test. And they had a bunch of samples from different materials. They drew a little grid on my and weight detection. They gave me something to drink, which is supposedly supposed to boost my immune system. It was a deep orange yellow color, and I think that was because the vitamin B was in there, and I can taste that because it's really a nasty taste.
What did it taste like?
Like vitamin B solution. Okay. But it also had a pine taste to it. But anyway, that was that. I wasn't allergic to anything, as it turned out. And eventually go in and was introduced. He was going to be my lab partner. And, from understand, I was replacing somebody that he worked with.
What Barry like?
Barry, how would you describe Barry? Barry was very enthusiastic. Yeah, he was really happy I was there and really excited to show me stuff. But clearly a lot had been done before I got there. And if this was new, everything would be white, right? Everybody would be in, you always want labs and everything white in case you see a little speck of dust or a part falls somewhere you can identify them. You wouldn't have, wooden lamps or lab benches and things like that. You'd probably have people in full respirator suits if they're just beginning. But these guys had reached a point where it was nonchalant, where they were touching, working with the stuff, and it really wasn't a thing. As if they were taking apart a car engine. So they had made a lot of progress, and they weren't afraid of what they were working with. Although we were plenty afraid of the reactor.
And you at no point were you like, this could be some anti-gravity secret program that I just wasn't cleared to.
No.
Okay.
Initially when I first saw it, I went, "Oh, that's what this whole thing's about," and it's just our new fighter, and it looks like a flying saucer. So that's why people believe in flying saucers, because they see these new fighters flying around. It became quickly obvious that wasn't the case. Like, we have no idea how the thing works. It does stuff that's physically impossible, and there's no country in the world could make something like that, or have the power density that it has. It's inconceivable. So, to affect space and time, like if another country was able to build something like that, the United States wouldn't exist. To anybody who's a detractor, who still could think maybe this was a U.S. object, something man-made, or something that they put there as a prop. Some people would say, do you think they were trying to deceive Lazar or other people and all that? Because I built it, there's one physical aspect of it that is impossible to build, period. 100% not possible. It's as far as we have to consider it being a 52, almost 53-foot diameter craft. The main level, which is the level that Bob was able to access and at one point stand up in the middle of, that main level is in the center of the disc. And there is nothing that was visually witnessed on the bottom level when he peaked that is a supporting column holding that 53-foot diameter floor. We have nothing on Earth. There is no material. That's the first I've ever heard of that angle. That's really interesting. Well, it's because I built it. I think you know more about the craft. And because of the thickness of the floor that we
seen a thick floor. That thing,
Yeah, 52 feet diameter.
there is nothing
With
on
no
Earth
central support.
that would not be doing boring like this and make it potentially collapse. There's nothing. We have nothing.
That's a completely unique structural
Yeah.
anomaly.
Yeah.
Good job, Luigi. Yeah, no, I never even entertained that.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, that's 100% true.
Yeah. There's nothing that can do that.
Yeah.
It's so interesting. What is the color of the craft itself?
It's kind of a pewter stainless looking, but it's Luigi and I were talking about this the other day. It looks different close up than it does far away.
Describe how so.
Jeez, I wish I could. I've tried to describe this a lot. And what's interesting is that my friend Gene Huff, who was my kind of confidant at the time, and I tell him about this stuff, and I said, one of the weirdest things is if you're close to it, it looks like a craft, and when you get far away, it doesn't look right. It looks more like a cartoon. And so Luigi's spending 2.5 or 3 years modeling this and getting it in, and sure as hell, whatever they did, Luigi will probably best tell you about that. When they take the camera and they put it in the hanger and look at it close up, it looks like it should. And if they back it off, it doesn't look the same. It looks so they were able to, whether intentionally or accidentally, kind of duplicate it. I mean, they've got the model so close that it's taken on some of the characteristics of the actual craft.
And there's a part of the craft that you described as blacker than black. Is that right?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah. You know what they call the portholes around the top?
Sure.
I do not believe are portholes. I think there's a black ring that goes around the top part of the craft. And we call that the insulator ring. Above that, I have no idea what's in that top section, but that's where these small square / rectangular holes are around. They are assumed to be like some sort of planar array, where there is something similar to a computer in the top section, and those arrays determine whether it's looking at starlight or whatever. It determines its place in space. But they don't look black. They look so black, and it's not just Fanta black at all. They almost look like bottomless pits in there. But I know they're solid. Barry told me they're solid. I guess I don't know. Barry claimed they're solid, so to be technical, I don't know for a fact. But I still think there's some kind of sensors, but that is some unusual material. And when you go in there and look at the craft, it's a real ominous, creepy feeling. And a lot of it is because of the black.
What's up, Tony?
It doesn't look right.
Did anybody
I'm
else
back.
say that?
Oh,
The only
so
craft gave them an
episode is almost
Yeah,
done.
he did say
I just want to show you
He was
something.
definitely unnerved.
All right.
I think was his word. Looking at those.
What?
And just being in crafts generally, was that like a kind of
Tell
ubiquitous
me
thing
when
at
ready.
S4? Like, you want to do that thing?
Show me what you want.
That from anybody, but it certainly was from me.
Okay,
Interesting.
Yeah,
I will
because
show
the first
something,
thing is,
and
boy,
you
that must have been
you must
so
tell me
exciting.
if this is good or not. Okay, I have,
Hello.
but my face. Okay, so this is the episode, yes?
Okay.
Talking. Boom, boom, boom. And now, is the top. Is it good?
Yeah, that's
Can I
fine.
have it?
Yeah, that seems fine.
And you looking like this, and like 3 minutes you were looking like this. So yeah, and it's gonna be like time the capsule.
Okay.
Yeah, so like if you don't mind, I will gonna have that.
That seems fine.
Okay, because that website doesn't have like some like if you know from like Kafka or something like that. That a visual
Okay.
or I can't find it.
Okay.
Good news is Jessica is coming back for season 2.
What's coming back for season 2?
Chess league, my league about chess.
That's great.
So yeah, we knew, you knew people knew knew everything. So Jessica is coming back. I have a question.
Go ahead.
Did you did you ever play some sports like football or basketball or soccer?
Yeah, I've played golf, basketball, soccer, football, um, tennis, racquetball, squash, swimming.
Nice. Do you
Hold
working
on.
now
Running.
in these teams?
It's too hard because I have to hold a camera.
Yeah. But like, will you ever go back to like be in the shape or something like that?
Yeah.
How tall are you?
5'9 3/4".
Okay, so you are taller than me, but you are not that. Okay, nice, very nice. What is your favorite? No, what is your dream collab with someone in streams or with like genuine,
I want to do a
like
20.
person.
I want to do a 24-hour stream with Joe Rogan and a bunch of comedians and sleepover, and we play video games or like eat pizza and drink beer and stuff.
With who?
I want it to be on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Mm-hmm. And do you have some streamers Korak, maybe Maron or Lace or these kind of guys?
Yeah, I mean, Aiden Ross has been in my stream, so it'd be cool to him IRL. Um, uh, Dr. Disrespect's been in my stream, so that'd be cool. Mr. Beast would be cool. Um,
Oh,
Sni-
Mr.
Sniper
Oh,
Sniper Wolf would be cool. Um, like all of them. Like I've created clips of like every streamer ever, basically. At least every one on Kick. So all those people would be cool.
okay. Next time I will gonna stream on Rambo and Kick and hopefully on Twitch. Can you be like do get like something, I don't know,
What do you want?
some call or something like that?
What do you want? What do you want?
I can't hear you because it's like frozen. What?
Okay, what did you say?
I was saying if when I'm gonna have another stream on Lambo or something like that, can we do like something together or something like that?
I mean, what do you want to do?
I don't know, just talking. Maybe for the first one because I need to know how to do it and this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you
That's
stream,
what I mean.
just come in here and then you have somebody on your stream as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's that's true. Because because uh, because it's hard to like streaming. It's not hard, but it's more easier to do like with some. You know.
Exactly. So you come in here and then you just do your stream, and then if you want to talk, we can talk, and then that's on your stream. And if you want to show your camera, you can.
Okay.
If you want to focus on your audience, you can. But then you have real people to talk to, and then you have your chat.
Okay. Yeah. 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 I will gonna definitely because because I want to like to redo it. I want to have like because I think it's good to know how to talk in camera and I'm happy. I'm not like doing it because it's like mass. I'm doing it because it's fun and it's like for me it's good. So yeah, so I will gonna use it for sure.
Okay.
Do you need heads up?
Do I need a headset?
Do you need like 1 hour or like half hour before I'm gonna tell you like this is streaming and this because people talk here and I don't know if maybe that like some of people talking it's like good for Kick or Rambo or Twitch. I want to be banned if you know.
Yeah, I mean, people know I'm streaming in here, and generally, if they think that, if I think that they're saying something inappropriate, I do my best to say, hey, you can't talk about that or something. But Usually that only has to do with like really serious subjects. So generally, I mean, I can't say 100% of the time, but 99.999% of the time, no one's going to say anything in here because they know I'm streaming. So if they know it's okay that I'm streaming it, then it should be okay for you to stream it.
True. That's true. Do you know I have feared something. I don't want to see my friends on my like from schools. I like from friends or school on my classmates. I don't want to see these streams or these YouTube videos or like on or like me talking, but like in like people who I don't know, it don't matter.
Yeah, I'm like that. I think a lot of people are like that. So a little later today, I'm going to teach a class which is going to take about 2 hours. So I don't know when you're going to stream or whatever, but if I'm unavailable, I'll still be in here. It's just I won't be able to focus on you.
So like I will gonna have in 1 month and 1 week I'm gonna have my birthday.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
So and I will be 22. 22. I will
Okay.
be old.
Okay.
I was hoping for more altruism. I was hoping like, yeah, let's go, Tony. You are not old and this, but you just, yeah.
It's just you.
I was hoping for
As you get older, birthdays don't become that important. You recognize that it's just another rotation around the sun.
Yeah.
That's life, and it's not a big birthday. 22 is not a big birthday. If you were turning 18 or 20 or 21 or 30 or 40, okay, yeah, but 22 is just kind of like whatever.
Yeah, that's,
And you've got to, and it's not close to your birthday. Your birthday's still 40 days away. If you were like, my birthday's tomorrow, oh great, congratulations, like happy birthday. But you've got to, you're that's not the right focus. Like, I mean, not saying it's bad. You should always be aware when your birthday is. But it's like, you can't expect other people excited about your birthday. That happens in 40 days. That's not a big deal.
yeah, you got me, okay? You got me. Internet, he got me.
There you go.
He got me.
There you go. Even if it were this month, I'd be like, oh, okay, cool. But it's like it's next month and 10 days. And it's like, all right, I mean, it's on my radar, but it's not even this month. So, I'm happy for you though.
And okay, and like it's not even next month. It's like in the next month.
Exactly. So it's like, okay, I mean, it would be like me saying like, oh, my birthday's in 5 months or whatever. Okay, would you want me to get excited about that? Like, it's not that close is what I'm basically saying. So if you wanted me to get excited about it, then keep in mind it should be a little closer. And then also, I didn't know if you were going to tell me something like, and I plan on doing something and something and something. Like, oh, okay, cool. Like you were just like, in 1 month and 1 week is my birthday, and I'm like, okay, okay, and like, is there more to it? And you're like, well, I thought you'd be excited for it. It's like that's 40 days away. So it wasn't as much that I wasn't. Do I what?
What?
Go ahead.
Do you do some parties for some birthday, like big birthday? Do you do here?
Yeah, I've had like we celebrate people's birthdays in here if they want. Some people don't. Um, like I celebrated
I
my.
want.
I
Forget, I want too much.
Okay.
I
Well,
want. Let's go.
all right. Well, then come. I mean, come in here not 40 days before. Um, and then like the people who like we'll sing happy birthday to people and such, and if they want, there are some people who don't want to make a big deal out of their birthday, and that's cool. For my birthday, just it depends. I mean, I treat it like a normal thing, life changing. This year, I made a special video that I basically was undertaking a. I was undertaking a project in addition to a project that I currently do, where I wanted to teach a class on Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, at least one one class per day for the rest of my life. And so I've been doing that now for 148 straight days. And so, like, that had a significant impact on my life this year. That's the class I'll teach later today. But, I mean, really, what do you want me to do about it? Uh, it's not like I'm with you in person, or I can be like, hey, we're going to go out to dinner for your birthday, or we're going to go on vacation or something for your birthday. It's like I'll I want you to celebrate it. I want you to have a good day. And if you come in here, we'll sing you happy birthday, or we'll do something and whatever. But it's again, it's like it's just a day. And you'll find you'll find as you get older, especially especially now that you're not like birthdays just kind of run together. Like they're they're big when you're a kid. Hey, it's your eighth birthday. Good job. Like, okay, that's cool. Because you ever celebrated eight birthdays. Now you've celebrated, you're going to be celebrating me too. And it's like, okay, you're an adult. There isn't really a highlight of the 22nd birthday, at least not in the United States. Like when you turn in the United States, you're considered an adult, and that's big. You can go to the movies and do some other things. When you're 21 in the United States, you can drink. That's big. If you were like, hey, I turned 21 in 40 days or whatever, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. Do you have plans? And you'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm going to go out with my friends and we're going to go get drunk, whatever. Okay, that's cool. I mean, just be safe or whatever. But 22, you could already do all that kind of stuff. And as you get older, birthdays just don't resonate. uh, you've done it before. It's just a sign of experience.
Okay, so I understand, but like on my pending free birthday, because you will be famous and
yeah, that'll be a big deal. That'll be a big deal, but let's one step at a time, basically.
I know, but internet, he got me. He got me.
There you go. So there you go. As your birthday comes up, though, if you remind me, there's something to get excited about, but not when it's not even this month, and it's it's 40 days away. So is it in July?
Even next month.
Exactly. Is it in July?
Yeah, the first of yeah.
Oh, that's a good birthday, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like basically start of summer.
Well, sort of. The solstice is technically the start of summer, which is June 21st, and at least in the United States, the start of summer is usually Memorial Day weekend, which is this weekend. But what it is the start of is the fiscal year in business. The business calendars start on your birthday.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the month, which is cool too.
No, I feel old.
All right.
I
Well,
feel old. I don't know why. I
okay.
feel old.
Well, I mean,
I'm 22.
your age is relative. To a classroom of first graders, you are old. To a classroom of elderly people, you're not old. It's just relative.
Mm-hmm.
And especially with mind uploading technology and life extension technology and page reversal, 22 is just a number. In the future, your cellular age may be younger than it currently is right now.
Yeah, that's true.
It is true.
That's true.
So
That's
it's like um and I think about that, like, however old you may be, it's just a number. If life extension technology and mind uploading technology and age reversal are a thing, then it's not like what it once was. Like, death was imminent and a destiny for so many different for everyone. But there may be a way around it now. And if there's a way around it, then age is just a number.
that's true. Oh, that's good. Till my 25, I am still young adult.
Yeah, I mean, people might consider you to be a young adult until maybe at least 30.
And you are 30.
No, I'm 40.
Well, that's very interesting.
It's not. I bet your parent. It's not. I bet your parents are 40. Do you say to them, "That's very interesting"? No, it's an age.
Yes, sometimes.
Okay,
No, they don't say them. That was right.
that's okay. No big deal.
So you basically,
I'm 40 years old. You can refer to me in any way you want. I'm here to help you. I have a lot of knowledge I've gleaned over the last 4 decades of life.
I'm not saying bad. I'm not saying bad. But when when this conversation is going to be in 1,000 years, then there's gonna be these people are stupid. They're gonna be like, what the fuck they are doing?
Well, and then perhaps at that time we'll be 1,040 and 1,022 years old, and we'll be like, "Wow, remember we were just babies."
Yeah, true. Do you have age when you want to have kids, or when it's come to round, it's come to round?
When it comes around, but I've always felt that I wanted to be like 50 when I wanted to have children. I always wanted to be older. I felt that I wanted to be established and have knowledge. I did not want to be a young father. That was something that I absolutely wanted to avoid.
Yeah.
I felt that I wanted the maturity. The older I could wait, the more knowledge I could bestow upon my children, and the better they would be.
Yes.
I can think of myself at age 20.
Age 52, 53,
I mean, I don't really focus on those
and
things.
I understand. But right in my mind, right, I want to have kids by 30, 32, 33, because I want to have kids when I accomplish my goals.
Okay.
Because when you have a kids, you are focused on them more.
Agree with you.
If you
Agree with you.
so that's why I want to have kids when I accomplish my dream, because like I said, the kids is a very big responsibility, and yeah.
Right.
Do you? I am first 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 I am the first man from Czech Republic, or first person who is here.
No, I've had people from Czech Republic before.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you. Yes. Do you think it's here more guys from Europe or more guys from USA and Asia and this?
Definitely United States. Uh, Africa's really big too. We've had some people from Australia, certainly Europe, Asia, definitely India, everywhere in the world. Canada, United Kingdom, um, but generally places where they speak English.
Is ever happened that some woman here was like flirting with you?
Flirting with me? Yeah, I've gotten people to flirt with me. Sometimes women come in here and
Oh,
just openly masturbate, and it is what it is.
like dead
Like they turn their camera
ass,
on and they look at me in the camera and they masturbate to me.
dead ass. Oh,
I'm not kidding.
Jesus
I wouldn't
Christ.
joke about something like that. It's happened. They're streamers or OnlyFans girls. They're streamers or OnlyFans girls or whatever, and they get horny and they recognize that I'm always online and there's something attractive about that, and then they just turn their camera on. They're absolutely naked, and I mean it's one of the reasons why you have to be 18 to be in here. And then they masturbate, and then they go
Yeah.
they go on, and it's like, all right, that's what you want to do. Knock yourself out.
Oh my. Wow.
There's a certain power in
That's
being and recording your life. I mean, I'm not saying it's a lot of power, but some people find it very attractive.
Mhm. That's a vibe. That's wow. Wow. Okay, serious a question. Should I do OnlyFans, but should I post my podcast there?
Yeah, you should put your podcast everywhere that it can be heard.
Okay. Okay. OnlyFans, here we go. And these people have no contact. Obrigado. Oh, brother, that's why. That's. But I think OnlyFans doesn't have to be like sexual. No,
No, they have
it
comedians.
can be like no more thing.
No, they have comedians on there. They have people who show any nudity. A lot of celebrities go on there. They're trying to branch out to be less adult and more of just a platform.
Let's go. So yeah, I'm gonna have OnlyFans. Bro, and everybody knows it right now. What the fuck? I don't want to be model. I want to be like bro. Should I put my name like Antonio Akashi OnlyFans or should I just like podcast for like my safety and for if my colleague or my friends find out.
I mean, if you're not naked, then what's the big deal?
Bro, that's right. Okay, OnlyFans. Do- Internet, don't judge me, okay? Don't judge me.
My man, it's just skin.
That's okay. Here we go. My podcast, my podcast at work, bio, follow the journey, website URL, Amazon save. Oh, I don't have my name anymore there. That's good.
Okay, I'll be right back.
That's right. That's absolutely right. When minis. I'm alone. Okay. Jesus Christ, bro. Yeah. Okay, even if if I was oh, how many people?
That's what.
Later, so we're not going to show it later. Basically, the Lord says later is the same. Just an outside. There's a lot of slaves. I don't know if that's not really good.
Hey!
Oh, hey, Mr. Aquarius.
You back? You back?
Yeah. I'm still waiting because the side job I have, it starts tomorrow, but I'm trying to see if I can. I'm still trying to see what the requirements are because I was looking for another remote position. So yeah, I added you on this account because that second account got disabled. So I added you on this one, my main account. But yeah, I'll I'll message you in case like
I
for
got
a
it.
couple of days.
Right,
Yeah,
right. I got all your accounts now. Yeah.
yeah,
Got them up.
I'll message you. I have to go in a couple of days, but yeah, so like we're working and all that. Put some contract time. We got the text line.
Okay. Right. Alright, I'll get back on you.
outsider, it might be, but no, when you're really there, it wasn't exciting. It was really frightening.
And you walked around the cockpit of this thing.
First of all, you can't just walk in. It's much smaller or narrower than you think. You have to
Because
crawl
then
in. You
I
really can't stand up until you're almost right in the center. So it doesn't have really, it's really all unusable space. Even if you're a small creature, there's a lot of unusable space in there. Because everything seemed to have a critical function to it. I'm sure there was nothing for decoration. There's a reason to have all that space, and there was a reason to craft a shape like that. But there were three things. We call them seats, other humps, large rectangular smooth objects in there. There were three of those. We know those to be the amplifiers. They work with the reactor that amplifies the gravity wave, and it's channeled to the emitter, which is right under the amplifiers. Again, we just call it the seats because they look like seats. I think it would be funny if it turned out that they were not seats at all. Yet another component we just knew nothing about. Bob always found it to be really weird that when the waveguide is applied right on top of the reactor, these two guys, they're looking out. There's one of the archways that become transparent. He believes that maybe that is where they're looking. But this guy here is staring at a pipe.
The archway becoming transparent is so they can see.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so interesting. I never made that connection.
Yeah, they're looking at it. And there's a screen, like the blue screen with
the Korean language. Yeah.
And then I've always thought, maybe they will become transparent. Maybe the whole arch, all the archways can become transparent. But why would it only be one? It's so dark and
fascinating. We saw translucent, almost Korean-looking symbols. Is that right?
Yeah, I saw the whole translucent, and at some point, some kind of what I would call symbols, but not on in a three-dimensional way, not on a flat screen or anything like that.
Yeah, explain how you saw it, because you were explaining it to me yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was a screen. It was just like it was a three-dimensional character sitting in a projection, you said. Yeah, he was explaining it to me yesterday because he explained it actually better yesterday than before he produced it. And you were saying it looked almost like a projection. Yeah, it wasn't a projection or it was on something. It was just a three-dimensional thing in the air.
Describe the day that you saw this thing fly.
They're already out. Mary and I were in the lab, and then Dennis came in and he said, "Hey, why don't you guys come? We're doing a test flight." I said, "Oh, this is great." So we go out through the lab door right into the hangar. It was already outside, sitting on the ground. And shortly after we got
Hello,
out
Mr.
there,
Paris. How are you?
I didn't notice there was a radio.
Good, how are you?
And I mentioned this in
thankfully.
Luigi's movie. I have the radio.
What good in your world?
Communication. So
And just finding me trying to find another live stream home to go to. I might go to Bigger, but just trying to find something else. Just the same thing. Nothing else.
All right.
The same thing. Remember Daisy doing? I talked to Daisy just now.
Yeah, I heard. Glad that JC's back. I sent you a message when I saw him. And
What did I know? I wasn't on. I'm sorry.
you're good. That's not on you. Are you
Hey.
did you try Clapper?
No, I didn't start happy yet. Dude, I ain't trying to get banned like you.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't think you'll get banned.
I And there's a lot of people don't go on there. There's a lot they don't stay. They don't stay. They leave like you get 5, go back down to 3, it's like they don't stay.
Yeah, but you're a woman, and women usually on social media do better than men.
I don't have no videos or nothing, so yeah.
Neither did I. I mean, literally, I just created my account and hit go within 1 minute. I didn't even have my profile set up or anything yet, and it'll get you people.
Let's see. It ain't looking like no. We're gonna see what they're talking about. All right, start live. Before you go live, there it goes. Okay, yeah. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna do this. Let's see. Let's see what about you. I know I look a mess. I'm careful. Oh, they do verses too. They have verses on here. Let's see. Everybody over there, yeah, what's going on? Ain't nobody over here, Rabbi.
Nobody came in.
I don't even see nothing. What did I do? Ain't nobody coming. Ain't nobody coming. No, not coming. No. No. Ain't nobody coming, Rabbi. Give it a minute, though. Let's go something okay. But there's somebody. Hi, BCA. Hello. See, I get it a minute. Hi, Justin. Hello. Hi, hello, welcome. Hello. Hi, Daniel. Hello, welcome. Hi, Brandon. Hi. Hello. Hi. How are you? Happy Sunday. Happy Memorial Day weekend to everybody. Hello. Hi. Hello. Yep, it's Sunday. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Hello. Hi. I'm new here. Make sure y'all hit the follow if you want to. Hi. Welcome. Hello. Nope, you cannot see my belly button. Send me a gift. Send me a gift first. Do they do gifts out here?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do. Now send me a gift first.
I made 50 cents in 20 minutes yesterday.
Espanol. No habla español poquito. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Oh, thank you, Daniel. Thank you. I hear something a little bit more cheaper, more expensive than what we show my daughter, but I'm not going to get banned on here. I don't know what they do. I'm not getting banned on here. You want me to get banned? Thank you. I appreciate it. No, thank you. You don't see my belly? It's how you going to get. It's how you going to get. There you go. Right there. That's my belly. There you go. That's all you can see. Now. I'm not going to get banned on here. Thank you, Daniel. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Make sure y'all follow me. Resting Diamond stuff. Hi. Hello. Do y'all have any questions? Y'all can ask me some questions. Make sure it's color. Well, I don't even know what this means. English, no español, poquito. Nope. The admin in here. These people just, Nope, not gonna get my shirt off. Sorry, Mike. Not taking my shirt off. Sorry. Hello, Pookie. I don't know what this means. I wish you can translate. Translate. There we go. Yeah, translate. I only show women. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to get ready to remove y'all. Y'all gotta get out of here. Yeah, you gotta remove that. Goodbye. People want to talk about their airplane. Get back. Nope. Gotta get out of here. Wish I can birth people, but I don't want to birth somebody like that. I'm London. Hello. Jorge, hello. Hello. Tristan, hello. Francis, SK013, hello. So much to do, hello. Got a lot of people coming up in here. Hey, Blake, hello. Hello. Hey, Joe, hello. Rabbi, you in here?
No.
Oh, I just hear my echo. Listen, hello. Michael, hello. Happy, hello. Yeah, Win, hello. Milano, hello. Jeremiah, hello. Strike Point, hello. Hello. Feel free to ask questions if you love. Hello. Welcome. Zoe, 01892, hello. Is us, hello. Hello, everyone. She goes down and come up. Fixing that. The leak is coming. drink that. Delete. Look, that's 12 people in here. Hello.
It's big time.
That's now. Hello. Hello. Y'all can always speak to me. Hi. This app is wow. I know, right? It is, Jason. It is real wow. It's wow. Hello. It is wow. A lot of people that will do that show, they barely take the shirt off and all that. Yeah, that's nice. Hello, Mr. Nice. How are you? They have a thing on here called D&D, and anything goes on that. Oh, wow. No, I won't be doing that. So how long you been on here, Jason? I think you're level 15 on here. Can you tell me anything about it? I guess I'm new on here. Hello. Hi, Blaze. Hey, how are you? I'm doing good. Yeah, happy Memorial Weekend to everybody. Look at you. Thank you. Look a mess, but thank you. Okay, yes, thank you, sorry, yes. Thank you, Blake. Thank you. Hello, Crazy King. Make sure y'all hit me with a follow. I'm going to come back on here later. We get off here around 3:40, maybe 3:30. Just can get off here after a while. Just want to check it out. Thank you, Blake. Where are you from? New York? Oh, yeah, do not disturb thing down here. What is, oh, yeah, you click that, then you have I'm from PA. I'm down south. Hi, Andrew. Hi, Smith _ Ty. said Alfie, huh? Okay. Oh my. I don't know what he said. Outfit. Oh, an outfit. No, but the pajama top. What's the pajama top? Says hello weekend. That's all. What's the pajama top? That's it. Who's trying to get up here? Jacob, I don't know you, baby. I don't know you. So I don't let everybody be up here. I don't know you. I don't know you. Are you gonna do anything crazy? Anything? Cause I'm not gonna just let you up. I'm not gonna say if you're gonna show something, I can't let you up. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, see, that's what I said. That's what I thought. You okay, right down. Yeah. I'm not doing it. This ain't the lies. This is not the lies. This is not the lies. I already know, Blade. I already know. That's why he got down. I said, you gonna show your private part, then you might bet you calm down. He showed it. But I'm not, and I don't know you. I don't know you. No, we're not doing that. Yep, a lot of weirdos on here. Parker. Yeah. Have you been live on here yet, though, buddy? Have you been live?
Ask him to follow.
Hello. Follow y'all. Follow me. Listen, people coming back up and now y'all follow me. Oh, I got 17 followers.
Wow. That's great, Miss Aquarius. That's really great.
My friend was telling me to follow me. You already followed. I'm telling them I got 13 followers.
That's great.
I know, right?
It's really great.
Yeah, I joined it yesterday. Okay. Then my friend was like, did you get a live? Just go live. And I came live. Let me see what's going on. Do I want to, Jacob, do I want to see you? First of all, are you going to show yourself? Have you followed me? Are you going to show your little private part? If you're going to show your private part, no, I don't want to show you. You're going to show your face and have a shirt on. And yeah, other than that, if you're going to just be naked and just show yourself, no. Because I'm not going to be getting bad because you want to come up here and show your private part. Follow me, send me a gift. And hey, we'll be cool with that. Chat with me. We'll be cool with that. It's okay. I haven't really went around the platform yet. Hello everyone. Make sure y'all follow me. Follow me. Hello everyone. Hi Ruby. Hi Aunt. We got 18 followers. They ain't trying to do nothing. I was like, do I want to see him? Delete that to me. Alright. Welcome to Chapel. Hope you enjoy your time and make good friends. Oh, thank you. Have you been there? Do you like it on here? Have you met some good friends on here? Just follow me. Thank you. Yeah, you got some fun. I'm about to get by now. Money man. Money man. You haven't even said nothing to me. Make sure y'all follow me. You're not. Are you trying to get up here and me to show your face and you have clothes on? Because I don't want to see that. I don't. Oh, yeah, I believe it. I believe it. You didn't know what that was, you knew. Yeah, gotta be careful what you be pushing. What happened? Oh. Yeah, be careful what y'all be pushing. Yeah, I am. I really am. So be careful because I'm not. That's why I ain't letting nobody else because I really don't know what they can be doing. London, okay. Oh, yeah, I heard about it. Somebody just told me about some doing this. Good. Okay. Nice. Hi. Million level, so let's see. 1K USD. Get out for your options. If you never left there, okay. Hi, Amanda. How are you? Yes, you left. Oh, there you go. Good. That's good. I see you going on. You have a friend? Oh, that's your name? Nice, nice. Aquarius game. Aquarius game. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You just said you had a friend and his name Mr. Curry. Your name Mr. Curry or something? Shut up. That ain't your birthday. That is not your birthday. You must just look at. Did you just look at my birthday or something? Well, make it 3, cause I got your birthday too hard. Happy birthday, baby. January 22nd. Yes, ma'am. That's why I told you shut up. Yeah, same birthday, yeah. USA. Do you go live, Amanda? That's what I thought it is. We had the same birthday. Big three bully. I don't know you, so I don't accept people. If you're not going, if you got a shirt on, you're not going to show nothing, you're not naked, then I will accept you. But if any of that, and you are, you might want to not even think about just staying there because I'm not going to accept you. Is that you right there? Where's you? Is that you, Amanda? Oh, that is you. Let me put this on. Let me put this on. I enjoyed her. Y'all make sure y'all follow her. She's pretty. She's from where you from, Rabbi.
She's from Irvine?
She's from LA.
Okay.
I had put her on desk because I didn't, little feedback and I had added her thing. Yeah, I'm back. And I paid y'all was over her like that shit was live. It's cool. Yeah, there's some weird people. Weird people over here. Delete that one. Maybe that's it, somewhere. Okay. Somebody get off here in a minute. I appreciate everybody being over here. I've been getting off here at 3:45. I appreciate everybody listening. I may be coming back on later, but check this out. See what it's about. Go on and say that we'll be 1050 in our group. Oh, World Cup, nice. Okay. Come to they real serious. They had a World Cup down here. Wow. You heard about that, Rabbi? They're gonna have the World Cup down here.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. They were serious about that. They were real serious about having that. And then it's the politics, the Democratic thing down here too. They're serious about that. Let's see. Let's see what you're talking about. So I only do English. That's private. What's private, Louis? Private. What's coming up? Let me go read that because I don't know what you're talking about. Hi, Louis. Hello. What's coming up? I got 22 followers so far.
That's great.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Let me see. That's up. Make sure y'all follow me. I'll be getting out this minute. Follow me. Hello, Wonder. Hi, Gonzalo. Hello, everyone. Make sure y'all follow me. I'll be getting out in 5 minutes. Habla inglés. No habla español. YouTube. Hello. How are you, Gonzalo? What is afternoon? Is it noches or tardes? Is it tardes? Tardes, ain't it? I think it's Buenos Tardes.
Correct.
Well, sorry, habla English. Habla English. No habla español. No habla español. That's all, everyone. It's just understood. All right, now 4 minutes. Make sure y'all hear me with a quote. No, you're gonna have to go because I don't know no English. Sorry, you gotta go because I told you I don't understand it. Alright, take 10 minutes. Goodbye. Sorry. Got to go. Alright, now 3 minutes. I'm out of here. Alright, 3 minutes. Make sure y'all follow me. Send me a gift. If you have, message me if you go live. I'll try to come through. And if I know that you're interesting or you have a good life, I'll follow y'all. But make sure y'all follow me. Okay? Look at that. 23 followers. Look at that. So, oh, you're from Puerto Rico. Okay. I've been there. Hey, Roger. Hello. Nothing. Nobody get off here in 2 minutes. Well, that's what I'm talking about. But nobody get off in 2 minutes. Make sure you follow me. I ain't got nothing to talk about. He said he left. He's leaving. And it's like it's going up. It's going up. All right, now somebody pop out. I see nobody in here. So I will see everybody later. Have a wonderful rest of your Memorial weekend. And I might come back on here later. Bye. I might get up for this.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. Yay. Got 50 cents. This live $10 for 50 cents have been added to my ballot. Yay. That viewers, 736 viewers. Yay, with 2 likes, 124. Give diamonds, 10 diamonds. Hot gifters. Long that dude. That was cool. Somebody just messaged me. I like your live. How are you doing? I like your live and to you. I just thought you maybe you might want to follow me out of your truck with, which I would respect totally. It's a live maybe. That was neat. That was neat.
You did really well, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. She said she was going to go live. Okay. That was cool. Yeah, Rabbi, you on me? You say you ain't gonna sit on the phone like that, huh?
You got 23 followers. That's great.
Yeah.
You got 23 followers. That's great.
24.
24 followers. Even better.
Yeah. That was good. What you doing on Kick? Do you have to be a gamer to get on Kick?
No,
Or something?
no, you can just do it.
Huh?
No, you can just do it.
What they be doing on there? I better be doing nothing on there. Just check. Everybody, do you have any people on yours?
Do I have any what?
People on your Twitch?
What do you mean?
Do you have any viewers on your Twitch?
Oh, potentially. I don't really pay attention.
This thing glitching. I don't like this.
What's wrong with it?
You just on the site, on the Twitch, you can scroll up, it can like glitching a little bit. Kind of doing that. Just still doing it. I don't like that. You know, do that. I don't like it. I'm trying to go down for. It's glitching on here.
Are you using the app or are you using a?
That's the browser. I think I need to do the app.
Yeah, the app's smoother.
Yeah, it's way better. Good, better. Where's your kick?
Twitch has more people, but Kick I would say has more like interaction.
That's what Brandon be on kick.
No, he watches people on Twitch.
Okay. Oh, what category she's at? Here's the category on the video. What category she at? Yeah, she not there. I know they ain't sure they not there somewhere. Be careful. Yeah, you can't because you got kids. Yeah, you gotta be careful. I don't know what it is. Starlight? That's what. Who was scared like that? Oh, well, they had Cascade. Oh, got that Cascade. Deep was there. Go on the other side of Cascade. Mm.
I'll be right back.
It's turning you up around. Wow.
almost positive that there was somebody in the craft.
Yep.
I don't know where they'd be sitting or why they're even in the craft, because it's, like I said, it's so uncomfortable and usable space. They'd have to be hunched up or trying to sit on the edge of one of those seats. So that put aside.
So you think they put a person in there?
I think so, because they were communicating back and forth.
Did you hear a voice?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you heard a voice coming from the craft?
No, from the radio.
From the radio,
Yeah.
from the VHF radio?
Yeah.
But presumably coming from the craft?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So he was monitoring. I mean, they must have had some other instrumentation set up on the crafts, because he was monitoring something.
Do you remember what the voice? Was it just? But it was something.
Because I was more stuck on the fact that how is a radio way of getting into the crafts? This doesn't even make any sense.
VHF being very high frequency.
Yeah. I mean, it should be distorted by the gravity wave going around it. Anyway, shortly after the craft began to lift off the ground silently, had a little corona discharge glow on the bottom, and lifted off and drifted up into the sky, kind of moved around. During that test flight, Dennis motioned for me to come out and look up at it, and then he told me to walk forward, and the craft was just sitting there stationary. And I walked out underneath it, and he motioned for me to look up. I looked up, and I couldn't see the craft. So I thought it flew away. And then he said, come back. And, I walked back, and I just walked back, and caught my attention. I see the edge of the craft. So if you move, you can see it. And if you walk underneath it, you can't. So you can clearly see it's bending the light. You can see the sky above the craft. So you can see that it's in its little envelope. And, then it kind of slid over to the left and right, and then sat back down.
Is what you saw, did it look like
Brother,
what we talked about when we talked about UFO videos?
Is Aquarius on watching a
It's like,
podcast?
look at the, Nimitz, 2004 FLIR video,
what you doing?
or even some of the
I'm watching a podcast.
optical videos,
Correct.
which are often green and fuzzy, and maybe that's due to gravitational
You used to
lensing
have
or
it
some
up
sort of
there.
space-time
You have it up
perturbation
there,
due
don't
to
you?
these effects.
Yeah, I
that you're
needed that
talking about.
device.
But when you're seeing this craft fly, are you thinking, this is the UFO stuff that's like in the lore?
Yeah.
You are. Wow.
Yeah, for sure. Just because of the way that it can move, it can just negate. I mean, it's. I really don't know how to describe it. I mean, things like inertia really don't matter to it. It gets away with murder when it comes to flying.
Did you ever think we are being tasked to figure out this reactor, even like, the shape of the craft is sort of really confusing to us. How the hell do they know how to fly this thing?
Yeah.
That goes through your head, like you're like, are you?
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, clearly they've had a lot of time with this craft already. It could have been decades, for all I know. So they're familiar with it. So, I mean, they knew the emitters have to be rotated, to couple to the reactor. I mean, they knew how to fly it. So these guys were somewhat proficient with it.
But it would be your kind of base case assumption that now we have functional, what you might call alien reproduction vehicles or UFOs that humans can fly. If in 1987, 88, you had stuff that was, we could at least test and you could go under them and stuff, then you would think that now we're probably made much more progress, I've seen. What do you think?
I do not think so.
You don't think so? So you think we can test these things and use them in rudimentary ways, but we don't understand how
No,
they
it's
work.
like analogy I gave, you can go back to the 1800s and drop off a motorcycle with the keys in it, and you can look at it and go, wow, that's never seen anything like that before, and look at the plastic fenders on it, and wow, that's unusual material. And, there's the key. And eventually, if you tinker with it long enough, someone's going to turn the key and it's going to start. Yep. And they're going to go, okay, we turn it off. All right, it's on and off. And, eventually, just given time and human ingenuity, they're going to get it. The throttle's here, and they'll become proficient at driving it. Yep. And when it runs out of fuel, we're done. And when it comes right down to it, they can't even make that plastic fender. Right. So, yeah, I say you can become proficient at using it, and I think that's where we are. We had some knowledge of that, but I think if we had developed the technology, we would have absolutely already seen it. We wouldn't be wasting 1 minute building a conventional fighter or other air. Why? Why would you? They say, oh, well, it's secret. Yep, so jet engines were secret when we first came out with them, and we built the whole fleet. We absolutely divert every resource we had to duplicating these things.
Do you guys think there's any chance that the craft is flown with somebody's mind, some sort of mental?
It could very well be.
Yeah.
Because there was obviously no physical controls to it.
Right.
When the craft was being tested, the only test I saw from close range, it was already out of the hangar. And when I went into the hangar, the bay doors between all the hangars were open. They had big, there's the door that leads to the outside that's at an angle. But there's also big bay doors between all the hangars. Those were open for some reason. When I came to go witness that, I was able to look down and see that, boy, there's 9 of them all the way down there.
What's going through your head and emotionally? How do you feel?
Well, where did they all come from? How could you? I can see you found one somewhere. There's a crash or whatever. You found one. You don't find 9. Where did they come from? Or damaged to any degree? Although when I called the top hat had holes in it, but it looks like it was shot, with a projectile. But it wasn't, damage from, crash or attempted landing. So where did all this stuff come from? There's so much missing to the story.
Did they all look like the exact same sort of replica?
No, each one was different.
Okay.
But the material all looked exactly the same. The color, the sheen. So it looked like they were all made of the same material.
So the reactors and the propulsion were all the same. The material was all the same, but the shapes were somehow different. Do you remember?
Maybe they're specialized craft. You can take a step back from humanity and you go look at all the cars driving around. Well, you got a truck that's a real long thing. You look at a Volkswagen, that's like a little, you see a motorcycle going, they all have the same, somewhat, type of engine. An internal combustion engine is powering them all, so they must have all different functions. And maybe that's just what we're looking at. It's just, who says they're all men? Maybe some of those things are drones or something.
People associate you with the kind of Billy Meyer sports model, like the craft that looks like that.
It looks exactly like
that.
Like, I thought Billy Meyer was absolutely ridiculous because I've seen some of the pictures, and this is what I mentioned to you the other day, UFO researcher syndrome. I think the initial pictures Billy Meyer took of the sport model looking craft are 100% genuine. There's no way that there could be another one of those that just coincidentally looks exactly like what I call the sport model. So I think he absolutely photographed that, and it was real. And I think at the time he got in, and he printed books and everything, and I think as time went on, he kind of missed that. And then he started making some models and taking some new pictures, and the other pictures look ridiculous.
Right.
They do. It looks like,
And there's something about dinosaurs in his book. And
yeah, I know. It looked like there's styrofoam balls all yeah, I found some more pictures, come back. And, so I think that's, that's just a personal belief.
Yeah.
There's no way you can tell me that those original pictures aren't genuine.
Yeah. And so that's the craft you worked on, the
seen other crafts what it does look like?
I could only see two clearly because from angle, all you can see is just a little piece, and then all you can just see is the hanger out there. But one looked like I call the Jello mold, which is more like a cake without the hole in the middle. And then the other one, as I previously mentioned, a top hat, like a oval top straw hat, and the brim had a hole in it. So,
is your immediate instinct humans didn't make these?
Yeah.
And at what point do you not see like an American flag on one of them? Or?
Yeah, on the sport model, I saw that like the first day that I went in.
Okay. Was there any talk of how these crafts were retrieved?
I know the Navy got the sport model, and I think that was, from what Barry said, that was an archaeological dig, which, by the way, isn't in the desert; it's in the water. And if there's another term for an archaeological dig that's in the water, I don't know what it is. I thought it's still a dig, but yeah, that I don't know what body of water, if it was the ocean or a lake or what, but yeah, that came from the water. Again, according to Barry, I didn't see this in documentation, but yeah, that was happened upon by the Navy, and that's all I know. And I just theorize that's how the Navy got in control of everything.
So what you constantly hear is, you have things like Hughes Aircraft building Glomar Explorer, subsea, Discovery, and you have some actually more recent Lockheed subsea, super subsea submarines and drone sort of things that seem to be able to, scan the seafloor. And there's a great book called The Silent War by John Pena Craven, and he was high up in the Navy, and he talks about retrieval of exotic technology on the seafloor. And I wonder, you have Tim Burchett as a congressman from Tennessee who says there are 5 hotspots in oceans all around the world.
We think they're coming in from way out. Maybe they did, but they're here, and they're in these deep water areas. And that's why, like we say, we know more about the face of the moon than we do what's going on there. We have a higher propensity of sightings around these 5 or 6, I believe, deep water areas.
And I don't know, I have one friend in the Navy who's, an anonymous source. One day we'll do an interview, but he talks about the movie The Abyss by James Cameron.
Yeah.
And he says maybe that scene where, this sort of glowing object shows up isn't too far off from the truth. So.
Look, one of our science fiction movies is going to be correct.
That's right. Yeah. That's a safe bet.
Yeah, one of them.
Yeah. And we were talking last night with Luigi about Pascagoula, Missouri was the site of production of nuclear subs for the Navy. And you have a famous case there of some fishermen who, experience an alien abduction and have a UFO experience. So,
yeah, there's something going on with the ocean.
There is.
From the very beginning.
George Knapp has interesting footage around Baja, Mexico. On the other side, you have Tampere, which seems to be a hotspot in the Caribbean.
Yeah, they're all these guys.
That's exactly right. Do you think there's a possibility it's, the ultra-terrestrial hypothesis? So this is this idea that they're ancient remnants of an antediluvian civilization that existed pre-Ice Age or
Antediluvian?
Yeah. And that they're more advanced than they're like the place of what we call Atlantis, or these beings who co-inhabited the earth with us.
It really could very well, right? If you just look at the size of the ocean, you can hide an entire civilization down there, and especially if they're immune to the effects of the ocean. It's just got to be deep.
Yeah.
We'll never find them.
Would any of the scientific principles that you looked at as far as the bubble being created around the craft and all that somehow be immune to salt water? Like, would it be able to transmedium? Because that's one.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so interesting. Because that's the
Light bent around the craft.
Yeah,
I'm sure a raindrop would do.
Yeah. It's so fascinating.
I've been involved in this whole thing since 1987, and since the 80s, or even let's go all the way down to the 60s, everybody talked about the U.S. Air Force
And Project Blue Book.
and Project Blue Book.
Yeah.
I mean, Bob Lazar comes out in 1989 and says they weren't crash saucers, they were anti-craft, and it's the Navy charge. And funny enough, 40 years later, that's what people are talking about.
Yeah.
So, you know, when I see the new whistleblowers come out, like Eric Davis or people that we're seeing, I'm not skeptical at the fact that they were involved in something. What I find very, basically very interesting is that they're all saying exactly what Bob said in 1989, but they never say Bob Lazar is possibly factual.
Right. Yeah. Well, there's some has something to do with that. But everything you said is right, though. They're like high level, there's definitely a decades-long multi-generational crash retrieval operation. But the one guy who says he's worked on the craft,
Yeah. That makes sense.
everything is right, though.
I believe there aren't that many crashes. There just aren't that many crashes.
How, if you had to guess, how many crafts are in U.S. possession now in hangars?
Now, I don't know. I mean, 9.
9 for sure.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, I can only talk about what I've seen.
Do you think they have a sense of ontological truth? Like when you see all this stuff around, you know, the ability to manipulate timelines with looking glass, or even just manipulate temporal scale, and then they're saying that they found these things in archaeological digs under the ocean. Do you have a sense that they have like a metaphysical model that's like greater than the average citizen?
That's just
So
how
it's
it
like
is.
their origin story of humanity.
Maybe.
You think maybe?
Yeah.
Is your kind of
Bigger
bogus
than
razor
the
explanation that these are terrestrials? Do you think they're time travelers? What do you think?
I think that's all equal. I mean, there's just as much chance that they're, you know, time travelers, visitors from another dimension, us from the future, or aliens. I don't see anything pointing in any specific direction. I go with the aliens just because we've seen it so much in our movie. I think we're just trained to think that. And it's palatable. See other worlds. This can go travel in an ocean and get there. There's probably life there. They probably built things, and you know, it all makes sense.
Yeah.
But when you go to other dimensions in time, well, can you even time travel at all? I mean, will that ever be possible? You know, maybe not. How do you get here from another dimension? Why would you care? Why would you go to another dimension and start assholing people over there? You know, so
Yeah.
I mean, the other things don't make sense. So yeah, I guess the Occam's razor is aliens. But it could be any one of the other possibilities, or one that we haven't thought of that's just completely ridiculous.
What do you think was the top speed?
Of just conventionally moving?
Yep.
I don't think it had a very high top speed.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, if you had to.
It depends. I mean, it depends on how it was being, because you can maneuver it in a couple different ways. So, of course, how would I know? I mean, the speed it could attain. But I'm just thinking about an Omicron mode where it's just sitting there and moving. But you think about Delta. Yeah, and Delta, the speed's going to be near infinite.
So you think almost close to the speed of light, or it would look like it's hopping across space-time or something?
No, it's far exceed the speed of light.
It'd be
because
faster.
because you're not going in a linear fashion. You're just
So it's warping space.
yeah. So it's, you know, for a given distance, you'll get, you know, to the destination far faster than you would if you were traveling the speed.
And it's like crunching space-time behind it, and then that is
going on.
It's like riding a wave or something.
It's just bending space around.
Did you hear anything around pulses involved?
Yeah. It's not a continuous. It's like it pulses. I don't know what the maximum range of each jump is, but I know it's like a 10 millisecond recycle time in between it. So the craft is always doing this.
All three of the amplifiers are being used for travel. They're in the Delta configuration. And when only one is being used for travel, it's in the Omicron configuration.
You guys do an amazing job of depicting the configurations. And so what is Delta exactly?
Delta is using there's three amplifiers, Delta.
Yes.
And that's where they all focus together on a destination.
Okay.
The craft puts its belly in that direction, and that's how it moves. Okay. Omicron is where it only uses one, of the emitters.
Okay.
To propel itself, or instead of propelling itself, is doing the opposite. Essentially, create an indentation in space-time so the craft moves forward, which always gives it, if it's operating in Omicron configuration, it's never really stable. It's kind of a, somewhat undulating movement,
It's so interesting. And it's fascinating. That seems to be a common thing. The craft.
Yeah, this right. Yeah. But when it switches to Delta, as soon as the two other amplifiers come online, that thing locks in space and time, and then it's able to focus in any direction and move there instantaneously.
Logan.
All right.
What's up? You're in our mid-century living room set. You have Luigi Vendetelli, Bob Lazar, and Logan is a long-time UFO nut.
Okay.
And you've watched WWE at all?
No.
He is the guy in WWE right now. He has an amazing podcast as well. I've known his brother actually for like a decade plus.
Dude, I gotta say, Bob, it is an absolute legend. What a privilege to talk to you on things. Good to meet you. I don't know if Jesse gave you any context to why I wanted to talk to you.
They have a bit, but maybe we'll rehash it.
Okay. So, Bob, check this out. Okay. I have in my possession UFO footage that has a story behind it that is compelling but not convincing. And I've been waiting to do something with this footage or receive confirmation of sorts. And I see this particular orange disc sometimes in UFO videos, documentary, and like it pops up every now and then. But when I was watching the trailer for S4 that you guys released, about 80% of the way through the trailer, you guys show a disc that is but then kind of coats itself in this orange. Right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Dude, I paused it there and I said, "Oh my God, that looks exactly like the footage that I have." So this footage, supposedly authentic, was taken by two college kids who wanted to go to Area 51 in the 90s, I believe it was 1995, and film their experience of trying to see if they could stumble upon a UFO or just alien activity of sorts. Let's break this down. A couple of college-age guys drove out to the Black Mailbox, an infamous landmark entrance point to Area 51. It's along the road that leads to Groom Lake, extremely close to where Bob said he worked. It's nighttime. They're parked right in front of the fence surrounding the secret facility. The lights are off on their car, and they have a camera resting the armrest pointed through the front windshield. And then it cuts to under the dashboard, and you see something very clearly illuminating like the top of the dashboard, and they're like hunkered underneath the car, and they're whispering to each other like, I think it's out there, like I don't know what it is, dude, but and they're like kind of scared. Then something appears just beyond the glass. The craft is hovering extremely close to the car. It's orange and slightly wobbling or undulating in place if it's on a wave.
you can hear the two guys whispering.
That to me is exactly how it was described by Bob. It's exactly like your hand. Your hand is, yeah, it's moving the right color and it's the right shape. It makes it very the intensity of the light. There's something very, very bright that is affecting that. The dash is being lit. It's the dash of the vehicle and the craft is above it. Right. And look at the intent. Here's the dash, and look at the intensity of the light that's going to happen here. Right there. Those are really you can, and it's fading in. You can't fake that. You can see that it wobbles.
But it wobbles. It wobbles. That's the important thing. Yeah, so it does.
It wobbles, it glows like that, in that color, in that shape. That's wild. Yeah, I mean, that's wild. It's impressive. It is.
The craft emits an orange-reddish color, which is not a coincidence. The craft with strong field interactions, like the ones that Bob alludes to, creates an ionized plasma sheet around itself. The dominant atmospheric gas on Earth is nitrogen. Nitrogen that interacts with plasma glows red-orange. This classic observation of a glowing reddish or orange ball of light moving silently and erratically is one of the most commonly reported UFOs across decades of sightings worldwide. Now, I know this footage is grainy, and while fascinating, it's far from conclusive, but it is another fascinating data point. What Luigi's movie almost definitively vindicates is the existence of S4. Remember, when Bob went public in 1989, Area 51 itself hadn't even been officially acknowledged by the government. And to this day, S4's existence is still denied. It's not supposed to exist. But Luigi used Google Earth's historical imagery to go back in time and found a 2022 version of the area surrounding S4 that was not yet blurred to obscure the site. And yet, vehicle tracks are visible in these older satellite images.
You can clearly see the tracks. Look at them going in every direction. Yeah. And you can look at all the traffic. Yeah. Right? Yeah, that's not one guy driving around. No, that's not one guy driving. Exactly. So there's no public out there. So what are you doing?
Luigi also shows Bob a high-quality aerial photo taken by a pilot roughly 17 miles from Papoose Lake. The image had previously circulated online, but Luigi enhanced the contrast a bit to reveal additional details.
And if you look carefully, in this version here, where the contrast has been changed, but as we zoom, look what you see. Yeah, you can start seeing that. You see them clearly right there. Yeah, the slanted rectangular doors, yeah.
Finally, and perhaps most damningly, the map of Papoose Lake was literally altered 8 days after Bob Lazar went public in his first anonymous video. You heard me right. They changed the map 8 days after Bob started to speak out. And the map was clearly modified in a way that would specifically hide the existence of S4.
Bob went public on May 15th, 1989. And he didn't come public. His name wasn't public. It was him as Dennis, as in silhouette. And 8 days after that, the United States Department of the Interior, who works on the geological maps of the landscape at the test site where it's Groom Lake, Papoose Lake, and the whole Nevada test site, actually modified all the maps there, specifically Groom Lake and Papoose Lake and the Papoose mountain range there,
and there's a stamp on all the modifications because the modification was dated 1989. So on the actual small print, it says maps modified 1989, but the stamp, the exact day is May 23rd, 1989, exactly 8 days after Bob went public. And specifically, they're getting Papoose Lake. Just Papoose Lakes. They're removing S4. No, what they remove, the specificity there is the specific thing they remove is there's a road that leads from Groom Lake down to Papoose Lake. And as it leads down to Papoose Lake, the north end of the lake, the road forks off, it splits off in two areas. To the west of Papoose Lake and to the right of Papoose Lake, where S4 is. They specifically removed the road to the east of Papoose Lake, and they kept the same one to the west. Which, why would they do that? Why would you suddenly remove the road that goes to S4 and leave everything else there? Yeah. I mean, that is an amazing discovery, and it's there. I mean, it's not like we're not making anything up here. I was very specific of like, I don't want to put anything that makes us look like we're inventing stuff. This is verifiable. You could order these maps. The other thing I think that's interesting is for people doubting the story, Jeremy Corbell and Ross Coulthard found a bunch of people who have verified Bob's presence at S4, right? I don't know if I think arriving at 51 or getting on the bus or something. That's right. Yeah. And then found it. George Knapp also had some people, and they got threatened then, and they were 6 people that were threatened, and basically made it. George talks about it in the interviews we did with him, and he's talked about it in the past, and he says they all received a phone call, they were all threatened, and they never went public. And you know, for anybody who's a hard detractor or doesn't believe the story, you then have to not believe George Knapp, because why would George lie about that? Well, what's the benefit here? You know? And somebody's going to say, well, it's because he put his name attached to the Bob story. No, not when that was happening. He was still investigating the Bob story. So he said that back then. It's not like it's new information. Well, he was getting a lot of shit. Yeah, he was getting a lot of shit back then. It was certainly not feather to stick in his cap. You know, it's something I really want to put a lot of emphasis on because of all the haters out there. Is this happened when he came out? It was in 1989. It was a different era. It was a different time in the world. Oh, yeah. So, you know, the people now that think that Bob Lazar is a grifter or I'm a grifter because I'm making a movie about this and whatever. You know, this happened 40 years ago. I was interested in UFOs 40 years ago, and believe me, I was not popular. This was the most unpopular topic when it came out. It was considered to be so, don't touch that because it's going to ruin your life. So first of all, why would Bob Lazar do that? And then why would George Knapp, a respected investigative journalist in Las Vegas who already was well known and had a good job, why would he hang his reputation and ruin his entire career just to support another liar? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. No. It really doesn't. You know, let's not forget those. Yeah, and he has multiple Peabodys. He's well respected, exactly as you said, outside of UFOs. Yeah. Did you learn any other details about the guy that had died that you were replacing? Yeah, they had an operating reactor. So apparently, which is also brings up all kinds of other questions to me. Apparently, the reactors in all the craft are exactly the same. So that makes me think of a manufacturing facility. Yeah, that's like a Ford making an engine, and it goes in, you know, a bunch of different models. How can all these crafts have the same, you know, the same power system or propulsion system in it? Anyway, I don't want to go off on a tangent, but he had a reactor, so it was probably from one of the other crafts, and
Why they did this is beyond me. They took it out to the nuclear test site, and they physically cut into it while it was running under load, and it exploded. And I think there were 3 guys there, maybe more. They were all killed. So, number one, why would you do that? Number two, it makes me think either they were extremely desperate and want to just, find out what's in there, and why would you even do it while it was operating? Or extremely confident that they knew what was going on in the reactor, where they safely cut it, and they had a reason to get in there. But apparently that information never made it back, whatever they gleaned it, or even their suspicions at the beginning, because Mary and I were kind of starting from the beginning on the reactor. So everything they had done previously was lost. Anyway.
You ever learn the guy's name or any details about does Barry have a last name? Or?
Yeah, Barry Castillo. It's spelled Castillo, but Castile, I don't know how it's pronounced. Yeah.
Have you ever tracked him down after?
I think briefly, decades ago, we made it real, because there was another guy that would come in and out once in a while named Rene.
Okay.
I don't remember his last name, but I mean, at some point, I really put a lot of effort into trying to find Dennis Mariani, and I think some people did track down Dennis. I think he died not too long ago.
Okay.
I don't know about Barry, but I was never able to find it. I mean, back in the time I was looking for him, there was no internet,
sure,
so you had to go through Publix and stuff. And,
yeah.
It was much more difficult than it is.
Yeah. And I know of one instance in which the name Dennis Mariani was corroborated by somebody at a test site, and so I won't go further than that, but because it's not my thing to tell. But you're giving names, and I think some of these people could still be alive, which is pretty remarkable too. Maybe we can track some of them down. They can back you up. I wonder. I mean, they have to know.
I'm kind of wondering why nobody else came out.
Yeah.
I mean, although Barry wouldn't talk about it much, there are times I kind of mentioned, holy cow, can you believe this is being kept secret? And he goes, it sucks, I know.
Yeah.
So he didn't think it was, he wasn't with the program as far as keeping this from, the entire world.
What was his background?
No idea.
Okay. But there was kind of a goodwill between you and him.
Yeah, and he'd goof around things, which was nice, because everything else was just so rigid and military. So, I heard the story where he'd see the golf ball at the reactor, and sometimes we'd just start talking stupid stuff. So it's good to see a normal person, acted like, a human instead of a robot.
What happened when he threw the golf ball at the reactor?
He was showing me the field on it, and he said, check this out, and took a golf ball, and, intending to hit the reactor, and instead it bounced off the field, and then hit a ceiling tile, which dislodged it, and made all the little particles, come down. And we knew Dennis was going to be coming back in 2 minutes, so it was, red alert. We had to, grab the stools and go and reascend and clean it up and everything. And shortly after that, Dennis walks in and says, what's going on? Nothing. We're working like we should be.
This is a remarkable detail. Around the reactor, you have this sort of force field-like thing, this repelling force.
Yeah. Once a hemisphere on top of a plate, about a basketball, maybe a little bigger, on top of a 15-inch square plate, the hemisphere is removable. Once the hemisphere is put back on, if the emitter is in the right position, the reactor will turn on immediately, and it'll produce a gravitational field around it, and you can push on it, and you can't touch the reactor from that point. I mean, it It's somewhat elastic, like if you have two light poles of magnet, push them together, you get that. It's the exact same feel, but without metal, it's just your hands. But as I said before, what's really interesting is you could move the reactor on table. And once you turn it on and you're pushing on the field, the reactor doesn't slide. So it's not transferring the force to the reactor. It's pushing your hand away. But so it's really interesting to me.
How did the reactor work?
This is all guess. This is just all guesswork.
Yes.
It has a super heavy element in it, which appeared to be 115 on the periodic chart. There's a little tower in it, and from X-rays, we could see that there's a loop around the base plate. So it was theorized, apparently, Barry with his other lab partner, they thought that was a cyclotron, an accelerator, and that the tube that came up the side was an off-ramp, essentially. And that particle, or whatever was being accelerated, interacts with the 115, and somehow that produces the gravitational field.
How did it feel on you?
It felt exactly like pushing magnet.
Okay.
It was just elastic. I mean, it was compressible to some degree, and then when it got close to it, nothing is getting past that.
With magnets, you have to have like poles for them to repel.
Yeah.
And in this case, you're not,
It's just matter repelling matter.
Yeah, it's so
without
weird.
polarity.
Does it feel like what does it feel like? Is there texture to it, or?
No, it's just elastic, but it becomes, it's not linear.
But does it
Well,
feel
you
like
can say it's logarithmic, it's easy to push, and then it becomes impossible. There's no way you're getting past the next 3 inches. You could probably sit a car on top of it, and nothing would change.
Does it feel like saran wrap, or does it feel like what does it feel like when you're in it? Does it feel like?
No, it just feels.
It's literally like air, like.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Describe that.
Yeah. Like, is there a coolness, a heat? It's just like space-time itself.
Yeah, it's just. I don't know how to describe it.
Sure.
Yeah, but it's just there. I mean, at this point, I don't even think it's gravity. I think this is another completely unique force. It doesn't behave enough like gravity.
And explain why it's so different.
Because at least my thoughts at this point are, I think gravity is just a property of matter, and it's only an attractive force. I'm not sure you can have anti-gravity. It was gravity. At one point, Barry showed me he had one of the emitters working. He put a little kitchen candle right in focal point, and he powered up the reactor, and the flame stopped frame and stood there frozen in space and time. But I gave the light from the candle. The flame was still visible. Also, he removed the candle and then rotated the emitter. I don't know if it was another direction or more the same way, but it made a little black ball in the air where no light was escaping, looking like a little black hole. But no, you could just tell there was no light at the focal point right in the air. It was just a dark area. So there it's affecting light, but it wasn't in the candle test before that. So it's a really unusual thing.
When Bob mentioned this anomalous force coming from the craft's emitter, I immediately racked my brain for anyone in conventional aerospace circles who talks about something similar. And then I realized I just interviewed the lead electrostatic scientist at NASA, Dr. Charles Bueller, who talks about something very similar. Where the heck is this energy coming from? Because if I was supposed to stick this in space, it would accelerate. That's a problem. see, there's a long lineage of people studying gravity control or anti-gravity in the United States. Perhaps my favorite example is mid-century inventor Thomas Townsend Brown, who discovered that when you apply a high voltage to certain asymmetric capacitors, they produce thrust. That's right, propulsion with no fuel, no exhaust, no propellant, just electricity as the input, converted directly into motion. A new model for space propulsion that can eliminate crude chemical combustion rockets forever. Now you might think that's insane and defies Newton's laws, and I'll spare you all of the corroborating research that I've dug up, showing that Brown made real breakthroughs in the world of anti-gravity. Dr. Charles Blair at NASA has taken Brown's experiments to the next level with modern instruments, more rigorous controls.
You see about 0.1 grams, that corresponds to about 1 millimeter of thrust.
And decades of electrostatics expertise from his work at Kennedy Space Center behind him. He's done over 2,000 of these experiments and controlled for just about every variable you can think of. And he's also getting millinewtons of thrust, basically real propulsion with electricity as the sole input. And you can't really argue with his authority to make these claims. The man literally runs electrostatics at NASA. He's the incoming president of the American Electrostatics Society. And he's contributed 2 fundamental principles to the field of electrostatics that are now widely accepted.
So this is kind of an interesting moment in history because we have a man who reverse engineered this, and we have a NASA lead electrostatic scientist. So I thought I'd just leave it to you guys to kind of nerd out.
Yeah, well, first of all, hi, Charles. Hi, Bob. This is a very exciting moment for me. I'm a big fan.
Now, the thing about Bob Lazar is he kind of exists on an island. We've never seen him interact with other highly credentialed engineers in aerospace. And what I've learned after spending time with him is he's actually pretty skeptical when it comes to other scientific anomalies.
Man, I'm really interested to hear, your physical experiment of it. Is it a hybrid of your idea and T.T. Brown's, or are you just duplicating one of his experiments? I mean, can you explain to me what it looks like? What's your test setup look like?
Gosh, 2,000 variations. I'll try to do my best.
I mean, how is this? I'm sure you've seen the lifter ion motors and stuff along those lines. How is it different from those?
A few ways. The ion thrusters obviously use ions there, the momentum conservation puts about this force. Even though it's sort of the same geometry can be used, high vacuum you'll get thrust, but it's always in the opposite direction of the ion thrusters, which is really cool. Because what happens is you have a sharp electron ground plane. How we do that? No one really used to do that. In air, we could do that to break down the gases and from to fold like that. We can actually see these forces are always in the opposite direction of the ion, which is really interesting.
That is very
interesting. The same direction as the rocket exhaust. You never think of that. So it really messes with you. So that's what's interesting about it. This one being difference.
Well, that's really interesting. I mean, the fact that it's in the opposite direction of an ion where an thruster would be, and you've done it in a reasonably hard Q, and you're getting full thrust.
But we have. We've been doing that since 2020. For about 6 years. We test almost every day, probably every other day. Different configurations. Zero in on inflation. Just another concept as an ongoing process. We have tested high vacuum 10 to the -6 or better. I'm sure we get up to 10 to the -7. Enough to prove to us that there's no ion plane.
What kind of thrust newtons or grams are you getting?
We're still playing around in the hundreds of micronewtons or limited ranges. So I think the highest we can go is probably up to the 50 millinewton mark. But that's when we stack these together. We don't know that when we do that, but that we can make more thrust. But we like to understand thrust. Each parameter space have access to before we can get to larger chambers or outer space and test mega structures.
Physically, how big are these thrusters?
Oh, they're not very big. They're about 6 inches, maybe 6 by 6.
Okay.
Great. It's a nice size. You know, we can like bay or we don't get anything like that. We just try to keep them manageable so that we can do different things with them. Stack them. Shift different voltages. And then we try to measure the currents. Make sure that in many cases there is no current, which is very odd.
Yeah, I would say.
Isn't that it?
Yeah, I'd say.
Turn the power source off and it keeps going.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it is very annoying. In some cases, you trap the charge in there. That's all that's required. So that really limits a lot of things.
So a physically larger one doesn't get you any more thrust, but you can stack them and get increased thrust.
Well, the physically large one will, but we won't learn anything from it. You know, we give you 8 inches or 10 inches, which we have, but we're not learning anything from it. We want to learn what is the best geometry shape. We want to optimize it. We know area is one of the ways. That will be optimized the area for space. But on ground tests, or the pattern fixes by the geometry of our chamber. Once we get some funding here, we do. Drew does have almost a walking inside chamber. So walking around. When that comes online in a few months, then we can test much larger versions of it. So the thrust does depend on the area, it does depend on the volume, it does depend on just the typical things you would expect. But we try to optimize it as much as we can with the chamber.